Chapter 2746. In front of the tall and majestic city walls, Ling Xiao could even hear waves of deafening cheers coming from behind the high walls. The bestial battle arena was a place where humans and beasts fought. It was a place where beasts fought each other. This place was filled with danger and crisis. Although his brother Xiao Jin was powerful, it was hard to guarantee that there would not be stronger people among the challengers. Therefore, he had to rescue Xiao Jin as soon as possible. As for that phoenix in the cloud, just wait. He would kill that guy sooner or later. His reverse scale was something that could not be touched. If he did, he would die. Ling Xiao. Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the bestial battle arena, he suddenly heard a voice. He turned around and saw that the red, which had brought an unfamiliar girl over. However, this unfamiliar girl gave him a feeling of déjà vu, but he did not know where he had seen her before. This girl was wearing a light yellow dress. Although she was not as beautiful as the Moon Maiden, she was not inferior to Lin Ruoxian at all. If I'm not wrong, you should be Miss Mu Qing. In the demonic dragon religion, such a young girl with such a cultivation, I'm afraid there's no one else other than you. Ling Xiao immediately deduced this person's identity. Although young Master Ling can guess my identity, you seem to have forgotten that we have met before. Mu Qing seemed a little disappointed as she sighed. Sorry, I've been a little busy recently. Ling Xiao also felt that Mu Qing was very familiar, but he just could not remember where he had seen her before. It doesn't matter. It's nothing important. To you, perhaps it's just a trivial matter. However, to me, it's an enormous matter. Mu Qing smiled and said, I'm here today for no other reason than to remind you not to go to the bestial battle arena. It's a trap. I know. And you still want to go? Mu Qing asked in surprise. If your brother or sister were in danger, what would you do? Would you abandon them to protect yourself? Ling Xiao asked in return. It seems that Xiao Jin is very important to you. I understand. I'll go with you. Mu Qing said, I'm here for the Devil Dragon Sword, as well as the two absolute arts within it. You and I are competitors. Of the four supreme martial arts of the dragon cult, the demonic dragon's phantom and demonic dragon's possession could be learned as long as one's cultivation base and status reached a certain level. Cultivators were not limited to one person. However, the two ultimate skills of the demon dragon sword could only be successfully comprehended by those who were recognized by the demon dragon sword. In the entire dragon cult, there was no one else other than cult leader Chunbai. If I get the demon dragon sword, you'll lose your chance. Don't you think it's a pity? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it's a pity, but no matter how powerful the martial arts are, it's not more important than saving your life. Mu Qing said indifferently, I won't fight with you, but other than me, whether it's Mo Ying or Yun Lan, none of them will let you get that thing so easily. In fact, in order to stop you, Vice Sect Master Yun might even personally take action. Vice Sect Master Xiao Muyu won't take action? In fact, Ling Xiao had always been very curious. When he first saw Xiao Muyu, he felt that Xiao Muyu was not the kind of woman who would abandon her lover. He had always been confused as to why she would abandon Chunbai and choose Phoenix in the cloud. These days, he had also carefully observed that Xiao Muyu and Phoenix in the cloud did not seem to be in cahoots. In fact, they seemed to be at odds. Therefore, he was really curious. Don't worry. Master will never help Phoenix in the cloud do anything. You don't have to worry about that. Mu Qing sighed. What happened? He was naturally asking about the matter between Phoenix in the cloud and Xiao Muyu. It's not good for me to talk about the elders' matters. If you have the chance, you can ask my master personally. She's not doing well now. Mu Qing sighed as he spoke. Let's not talk about those unhappy things. Why don't we go in? The Red Witch rubbed her fists and said, "Ling Xiao, don't worry. If you encounter any trouble, I'll definitely stand on your side." Ling Xiao felt a little helpless when it came to the Red Witch. However, since she had no ill intentions, he did not care. "Chenyan, you can go back first. Go to my Devil's Sun Hall. When you're there, as long as you don't come out, no one can do anything to you." Ling Xiao did not want Chenyan to take the risk. After all, Chenyan's strength was really too weak. However, he was worried that Mo Ying would cause trouble for Chenyan, so he let Chenyan stay in the Devil's Sun Hall temporarily. Not only could he protect her, but he could also let her take care of Dark Knight Formless. It was the best of both worlds. Okay, Chenyan did not reject Ling Xiao's good intentions because she knew that even if she entered the beast fighting arena, she would only be a burden. "Then I'll go." After Chun Yen left, Ling Xiao, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch walked toward the entrance of the beast fighting arena. "Thank you for your hard work." The Red Witch casually threw 2 middle-grade spirit stones to the guards outside the beast fighting arena. This seemed to be the unspoken rule of the beast fighting arena. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not say anything. After all, he was not the one who gave the money. After the guards received the spirit stones, they immediately made way. Ling Xiao followed Mu Qing and the Red Witch and stepped into this very famous place in the demonic dragon city. The moment they stepped through the door, earth-shattering shouts rushed over like a roaring flood. What entered their eyes was actually all people. The densely packed crowd seemed to have unsealed all the enthusiasm in their bodies here. They roared and shouted to their heart's content. This is simply comparable to the scene of the substitute selection. It's really lively. Ling Xiao said in surprise, "Don't be surprised. The beast fighting arena is the most prosperous and lively place in the demonic dragon city. It's much more prosperous than the market in the demonic dragon city. Do you think this is just a gladiator? In fact, it's not." When Mu Qing said this, she suddenly stopped. It seemed that there were some words that she could not say. On the other hand, the Red Witch did not care about this. She giggled and said, "Ling Xiao, you should know that there are beasts in this world who can take human form. And some beasts, once they take human form, will always make themselves very perfect. No matter if it's a man or a woman, they are all devastatingly beautiful. So, this place provides some kind of service." Speaking of this, the Red Witch winked at Ling Xiao and did not continue. Some things could only be understood but not explained. It's really perverted. Ling Xiao shook his head. Was it really necessary for this kind of place to exist? If beasts could take human form, it meant that they had basically gained intelligence. In fact, they were no different from humans. It was actually so degraded. However, thinking about it carefully, humans could even drive their own women to do such things. So what if they were beasts? He sighed helplessly. This world never lacked darkness and evil. It was just that many people were unwilling to admit it. By the way, Ling Xiao, there's also a special trading area in the beast fighting arena. Over there, the goods were demonic beasts that were used to fight or serve as servants. If you like them, you can get them as long as you pay a sufficient price. Chapter 2747. I'm not interested in those. Let's go straight to the beast fighting coliseum. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "All right." The Red Witch knew that Ling Xiao was eager to save people. So, she walked straight to the beast fighting coliseum that was filled with people. As she walked, she introduced, "You know that in order to improve your strength, martial artists need to keep fighting. When people fight with each other, sometimes they have to stop at a certain point, so it's difficult to face danger directly. This beast fighting coliseum has become the best place for training. In our dragon cult, many martial artists will use this as a good place to hone their combat skills. Those monsters are extremely fierce and will definitely not show mercy. So, in this kind of battle, you can really improve your combat skills. Of course, there are many benefits, but it's also very dangerous here. Some martial artists overestimate themselves and challenge monsters that are much stronger than them. In the end, they can't avoid becoming food in the stomach of the monsters. Is death legal here? Ling Xiao asked. Of course. This place was opened by the first sect elder. Vice sect leader Yun also has shares. As long as you enter the Beast Fighting Coliseum to challenge the monsters, it's equivalent to signing a life and death contract. Life or death, it's your choice. The Red Witch answered. As they spoke, the three of them had already arrived at the spectator stand of the Beast Fighting Coliseum. The dense crowd and the continuous cheers that sounded like thunder made Ling Xiao feel that this scene was really comparable to the previous substitute selection. There must be more than 100,000 people here. Ling Xiao sighed. That's right. In the Beast Fighting Coliseum, there are a total of 200,000 spectators. Basically, it's full. The Red Witch answered. Hearing the Red Witch's words, Ling Xiao's gaze passed through the gap of the corridor and looked forward. This Beast Fighting Coliseum was no different from the one Ling Xiao had seen before. It was just a little bigger. There was a deep valley below. The lowest point of the spectator stand was about 10 meters away. There was only one entrance to the deep valley. A huge iron gate blocked it. It seemed that there were 7 or 8 iron gates. The monsters entered the arena from there. As for the challengers, once they entered the arena, they could go down the stairs. Once the fight begins, it will be a fight to the death. Ling Xiao, you are a Samsara warrior, so you should have encountered similar places before. Unless one of them is killed, the battle will not stop. The Red Witch lamented, because of this, many of the dragon cult's disciples have died here. But it still couldn't stop their enthusiasm. This was because battling with the demonic beasts here would not only allow them to hone their martial skills, but they would also be able to obtain spirit stones as a reward. If you can become the weekly champion, or even the monthly champion, or even the annual champion, you will be rewarded with special items in addition to spirit stones. Forget it. If it were any other time, I would come here to play. But today, you know why I'm here. Ling Xiao was most worried about Xiao Jin. He didn't know how Xiao Jin was doing right now, and whether or not he was safe. Stay here for now. If you trust me, then wait. I've already sent people to investigate. We'll soon know where your pet Xiao Jin is. Mu Qing said. I believe you. Ling Xiao was not an impulsive person. He knew that even if he wanted to make a scene here, he had to find Xiao Jin first. Otherwise, if others used Xiao Jin to threaten him, he would have to hold back. Well, since you trust me, then sit down first. Although this is a trap, I'll try my best to protect you. After all, you saved my life. Mu Qing paid enough spirit stones, so she obtained the privilege of sitting in the front row. According to the rules of the beast fighting arena, no matter what your status was, you had to pay spirit stones to come here. Even Mu Qing was no exception. However, there were still benefits to having a high status. For example, the Red Witch was the disciple of the first sect elder, and Mu Qing was the disciple of vice sect master Xiao Muyu. Therefore, they naturally received a lot of care, and no one dared to snatch their seats. As for Ling Xiao, although many people looked down on him, it didn't change the fact that he was the last disciple of sect Master Chunbai and had once defeated the third sect elder. The three of them had just sat down. The battle had already ended. This time, the demon beast won. It was a huge black tiger that was tearing at the body of a warrior. In front of more than 100,000 people, it ate the warrior alive. This scene was really cruel. However, what welcomed it was the wild cheers of the crowd. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. It seemed that the demon sect was indeed the demon sect. Although the sect master of the dragon cult Chunbai was a good person. The dragon cult's ferocity and viciousness were not fake. Of course, in Ling Zhao's opinion, this kind of thing would be done by the high and mighty royal family of the Qin kingdom, let alone the demon sect. It was even more excessive and cruel than this. If this was considered a demon, then the royal family, and the people in high positions were the real demons. Senior Sister Mu Qing, you're our senior brother, Yunlan's woman. How can you lower yourself to be with such a wild man? Suddenly, a very discordant voice sounded behind them. Ling Xiao, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch all turned their heads. Only then did they realize that there was a young man in a brocade robe sitting behind them. This person's strength was not ordinary, but his arrogant face made people feel very uncomfortable. And you, Red Witch, don't forget that you're the disciple of the first sect elder. How can you be with that guy? An upper disciple? Ling Xiao could see that this person's cultivation had reached the late stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Therefore, he judged that he was definitely an upper disciple. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't dare to speak to Mu Qing and the Red Witch like this. He's one of Vice Sect Master Yunlan's disciples. He's also known as one of the 10 demon sons of the dragon cult. His name is Yunlan. Mu Qing's expression was very calm as she explained to Ling Xiao. What's the 10 demon sons? Aren't only the successors of the sect master qualified to be called demon sons? Ling Xiao asked curiously. That's what it is. They're just 10 guys who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, these 10 people are led by Yunlan. They're all upper disciples and are very powerful. Mo Ying is also one of them. However, Mo Ying's ranking is second only to Yunlan. This Yunlan is relatively weak. He's only ranked 10th. Mu Qing explained. How dare he speak to you like that? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. It's all because Senior Sister Mu Qing indulges these guys too much. Senior Sister Mu Qing is probably the person in the dragon cult who doesn't look like a demon at all. Sigh, she's a bit like Vice Sect Master Xiaomuyu. The Red Witch said indignantly, in addition, that Yunlan is Yunlan's cousin. That's why he's so arrogant. I see. Ling Xiao nodded. Since Mu Qing didn't care, why should he care? Chapter 2748. That wild man must be Ling Xiao. I've heard of him. You're here for that beast of a brother of yours, aren't you? Yun Luan's words were very unpleasant. What wild man? What beast? They were all insults. However, because Ling Xiao had to wait for Xiao Jin's news, he was too lazy to argue with him for the time being and ignored this idiot. Unexpectedly, Yun Luan really didn't know what was good for him. Seeing that Ling Xiao was ignoring him, he sneered and said, I heard that you want to challenge Mo Ying and say that you want to learn the magic dragon's phantom in a month? Haha, please don't die before that happens. In the dragon cult, there are many people waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Ling Xiao still didn't look back. See him make a fool of himself? He was afraid that the one who would be laughed at would be Mo Ying. Not to mention a month, he had already learned the magic dragon's phantom. It was just that others didn't know. Ignoring him was actually the best counterattack to this kind of idiot. An upper disciple had high status. In addition, Yun Luan was one of Phoenix in the Cloud's personal disciples. Therefore, he had always been very arrogant, condescending, and self-righteous. In his eyes, as long as he spoke, others had to bow their heads and listen obediently. At the very least, they couldn't ignore him. However, Ling Xiao completely ignored him. This made Yun Luan's mocking smile instantly stiffen on his face. His gaze also became gloomy. You dog, are you deaf? How dare you not answer me? Yun Luan stood up angrily and roared at Ling Xiao. The Red Witch looked at Ling Xiao curiously, but found that Ling Yan's eyes were still staring at the iron gate. Ling Xiao was wondering if his good brother Xiao Jin was behind this iron gate. His silence completely enraged Yun Luan, making him a little mad. Yun Luan began to fly into a rage and released a cold, murderous aura. Why was he angry? Because many people around him were looking at him. He was actually ignored by a newcomer. Did he still want face? Shut up. Suddenly, Mu Qing stood up, turned around to look at Yun Luan, and shouted in a stern voice, "Idiot! Don't you feel like a mad dog that bites everyone it sees? Do you believe that I will cut off your tongue?" In many people's minds, Mu Qing was a gentle and refined girl who didn't fit in with the dragon cult, but they seemed to have overlooked one thing. The reason why Mu Qing didn't get angry was because she was more tolerant. When something went beyond her tolerance level, she could be more brutal than anyone else. Yun Luan was stunned. His expression was extremely awkward. His breathing also became rapid. Mu Qing actually dared to call him a dog. No one had ever dared to do this before. "What? Did I scold you wrongly? You are not only a mad dog, but also a stupid dog." Since she had already started cursing, Mu Qing did not give Yun Luan any face. Her face was full of mockery, and the sarcasm in her words was very obvious. Ling Xiao was able to defeat the third elder, and he wasn't afraid of Mo Ying's provocation. Could it be that you think you're stronger than the third elder? Or stronger than Mo Ying? What a joke. It's fine if you shout a few times, but you actually want others to respond to you. In front of him, who do you think you are? Mu Qing had never been so emotional for a man before, but today she did. To be honest, although Ling Xiao had objectively saved her life, that saving grace was not enough for her to protect Ling Xiao like this. It could only be said that in her heart, other feelings had arisen. Yun Luan's expression was ferocious to the extreme. He stared at Mu Qing and said word by word, "Do you know what it means to insult me? I am the disciple of Vice Sect Leader Yun, and also Yun Lan's cousin, and one of the 10 Devil Sons. Idiot, I am also the disciple of Vice Sect Leader Xiao Muyu, and one of the 3 genius disciples of the Dragon Cult. Ling Xiao is the last disciple of the sect leader. What do you have to be proud of?" Mu Qing looked at Yun Luan coldly and said, "Don't think that I won't dare to touch you just because you are Yun Lan's cousin. If you keep talking, I'll cut off your tongue and feed it to the turtles. You self-righteous piece of trash. You think you can rely on the fame of Yun Lan and Phoenix in the cloud to intimidate others? Do you really think you're something? You think you're a fierce tiger, but in the eyes of others, you're nothing more than a dog." Mu Qing's words were very unpleasant to hear. However, they also reminded Yun Luan of the kind of person he was facing. Yun Luan's mind was in complete chaos. It was at this point that a heaven-shaking roar could be heard coming from within the arena. An enormous draconic beast stepped through the iron gates and into the arena. Riding on the draconic beast was a middle-aged man who appeared to be quite strong. Apparently, that draconic roar had come from none other than this draconic beast. I can't believe it's a draconic beast. It's said that draconic beasts like that are born with the power of a single star and 10 levels of hell. They can even reach the life-seizing level. That's right. This draconic beast is at the peak of the first star and the 11th level of hell. It won't be easy to deal with. Although many of the spectators were terrified of the draconic beast, they were also very excited. After all, draconic beasts had incredibly tough shells and could use Earth-type secret magics. They were incredibly strong. If they could get their hands on one of these draconic beasts as a mount, it would be a huge help to them. But it's still too strong. Other than a handful of geniuses, who would dare to fight a draconic beast like this? If there is, it's going to be very exciting. Yun Luan and Mu Qing should be strong enough to do that. Don't forget, there's still Ling Xiao. He defeated the third elder. I didn't see him defeat the third sect lord with my own eyes. But judging from the level of his cultivation base, I don't think he has the guts to fight Yun Luan or Mu Qing. Everyone was talking about the draconic beast, and clearly they were afraid of it. Everyone who was familiar with the draconic beast knew that it had already eaten quite a few challengers. If I keep winning, will Little Gold be released? Ling Xiao asked. Hearing this, Mu Qing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Probably. Those guys can't wait to see you and Little Gold kill each other. Maybe you don't have to win all the time. As long as you kill this Earth Dragon beast, Little Gold might be released. That's a good idea. Then I'll kill this draconic beast." Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man riding the draconic beast announced, "It has the combat strength of the advanced stage of the 11th level of Hell, and it has already won 99 matches in a row. In other words, 99 martial artists have died under its claws." Hearing that, the spectators were in a mess. They knew very well what it meant to win 99 matches in a row. Whoever went up to fight this draconic beast would be courting death. Ling Xiao, you'd better think about it. Although your idea is good, this draconic beast is too strong. If it really unleashes its full power, even a martial artist at the peak of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm in the first rotation wouldn't be able to fight it. Chapter 2749. Don't worry, Miss Mu. I'll be careful. Ling Xiao looked at the earthly dragon beast and activated his Tai Chi eye. He planned to take a good look at the earthly dragon beast before he started the challenge. Only by knowing himself and his enemy would he be able to avoid losing his life due to carelessness during the battle. If a martial artist at the later stage of level 11 of Hell in Yin-Yang realm challenges the earthly dragon beast, he will be rewarded with 10,000 medium spiritual stones. If a martial artist below the later stage of Yin-Yang realm challenges the earthly dragon beast, he will be rewarded with 100,000 medium spiritual stones. I'm sure everyone here knows that 10,000 medium spiritual stones are equivalent to 1 million lower spiritual stones. But in fact, no one would be willing to exchange medium spiritual stones for lower spiritual stones unless they're really short of money. The middle-aged man's voice sounded slowly, full of temptation. Of course, the temptation came from the generous reward. Damn, 100,000 medium spiritual stones. That's more tempting than 10 million lower spiritual stones. That's right. Martial artists at level 11 of Hell in Yin-Yang realm usually have a few hundred medium spiritual stones, or at most a few thousand. If he really wins, he'll be rich. Haha, he needs to be alive to spend it. Haven't you heard that 99 people have already died under the claws of the earthly dragon beast? Everyone knew what 100,000 medium spiritual stones meant. But the problem was, who would dare to bet with their lives if they weren't confident at all? The current Ling Xiao had to consume a large amount of mid-grade spirit stones to cultivate. It would be a waste if he didn't take the 100,000 medium spiritual stones. Moreover, he could make the other party release Xiao Jin. This was killing two birds with one stone, so he naturally had to do it. Thinking of this, he stood up and said loudly, "I'll challenge the earthly dragon beast." His voice was very loud and clear. Although the beast battle arena was rather chaotic and noisy, his voice was still heard by almost everyone. Attracted by the voice, everyone turned to look at Ling Xiao. It's him. It's that arrogant guy. He wants to challenge the earthly dragon beast. Most of the people here knew Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao had just joined the dragon cult, and he had directly participated in the selection for the promotion of an inferior disciple to an intermediate disciple, as well as the promotion of an intermediate disciple to an advanced disciple. Furthermore, in these two selections, he had consecutively defeated the 13th prince, Lu Yen Yinshan, and the Red Witch. Especially in the selection for the upper substitute position, he fought against 29 people alone and still won. This left a deep impression on them. However, even though Ling Xiao was strong, these cultivators were not weak either. Some of their cultivations were even stronger than Ling Xiao's. However, they still didn't dare to take their lives lightly, unless his chances of winning were over 60% to 70%. Even so, 99 of them had died in the battle, which meant that the earthly dragon beast's actual combat power might be stronger than what was shown on the surface. Ling Xiao was merely a martial artist in the middle stage of the 11th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he defeat the earth dragon beast? One had to know that even martial artists of the same cultivation level did not dare to challenge him easily. Otherwise, the bestial battle arena would not give out such a generous reward. Seeing Ling Xiao stand up, Yun Luan and his gang of scoundrels, who were originally depressed and angry, actually felt better. Hee, this idiot. I was still thinking about how to deal with him, but now he's courting death. It's a pity. I wanted to see how senior brother Mo Ing would torture this kid. I'm afraid I won't have the chance. I'm afraid he's gone crazy from poverty. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones is not a small amount, but only a poor man like him would risk his life for these spirit stones. The upper disciples discussed animatedly. In short, they did not think highly of Ling Xiao. They felt that if Ling Xiao fought, he would be courting death. At this moment, Ling Xiao finally turned to look at Yun Luan and the others. Finally, his gaze locked onto Yun Luan. Without a doubt, Yun Luan was the leader of these people, and they all listened to him. Honorable upper disciple, since you're so powerful, why don't we go down and have a competition? No need to be responsible for life and death. Ling Xiao's voice was still so loud and clear, still full of confidence. Just now, Yun Luan and the rest's voices were very loud, as if they were afraid that others could not hear, because they wanted to deliberately insult Ling Xiao. And at this time, Ling Xiao's words, those people also heard it. This difficult problem was kicked to Yun Luan by Ling Xiao. Yun Luan's expression was somewhat awkward. Gritting his teeth, he said, "This is the beast fighting arena, not the ring." Although that was what he said, the fact that he said such words showed that he was a coward, because the beast fighting arena never stipulated that martial artists were not allowed to fight. A coward. I gave you a chance to teach me a lesson, but you don't dare to accept it. Apart from barking wildly like a dog, what capabilities do you have to be cocky there? Ling Xiao's words were filled with thick sarcasm. This made Yun Luan's face become flushed red. It made him wish that he could immediately find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Feeling the mocking and disdainful gazes thrown at him from all around, he was even more embarrassed, humiliated, and angry. But he really did not dare to fight Ling Xiao one-on-one in public, because he was afraid of death. The matter of Ling Xiao defeating the third sect elder was not fake. You're simply asking to be humiliated. Mu Qing laughed softly without turning her head. What 10 devil sons? It's just a title to boast about himself. Extremely boring. At this time, the Red Witch also clapped her hands excitedly and said, "Wow, you're indeed the man I admire. Ling Xiao, you're too domineering, too powerful." To be honest, she did not dare to talk back to Yun Luan. But today, with Ling Xiao and Mu Qing around, she was not afraid of Yun Luan at all. Compared to Ling Xiao, Yun Luan was just like a clown. At this time, Ling Xiao did not care about Yun Luan, who was in an extremely awkward situation, and directly jumped into the arena. A distance of 10 meters was not dangerous to him at all. "Are you ready?" the middle-aged man asked. "Yes, I'm ready." Ling Xiao nodded. The middle-aged man immediately retreated to the arena. Then, from a distance, he chanted a spell and undid the seal on the earthly dragon beast. The moment the seal was undone, all the audience felt a gust of terrifying dragon force coming toward them. Some of the weaker guys were even stunned by the dragon force on the spot. They all felt the same way. Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the dragon force, felt the horror of the dragon force even more. This feeling made him very uncomfortable, but he did not faint, and he did not even take a step back. There was a cold, murderous aura gradually released from his body. Roar! The earthly dragon beast seemed to feel Ling Xiao's murderous aura and roared at him. Obviously, it was a threat and also a threat. Although this earthly dragon beast did not have spiritual intelligence, it still had basic intelligence. Chapter 2750. The earthly dragon beast knew that it could only continue to live if it killed this young man. Once it won 100 battles in a row, it would be able to rest for a year. During this period, it would no longer have to be on tenterhooks. That was definitely a blessing for it. Therefore, it had to defeat this young man. Its sharp dragon eyes widened and shot out a terrifying light. The earthly dragon beast did not attack immediately. Instead, it moved slowly around Ling Xiao, as if it was looking for Ling Xiao's weakness. Ling Xiao stood there without even turning his body. He had already taken out the 8 immortal sword. A monster was a monster. Although it was powerful, it was not as smart as a human martial artist. Its combat skills could only rely on its instincts. Therefore, it was much easier to deal with it than to deal with the third sect elder. Ling Xiao only needed to use the 8 immortal sword. He did not need to use the Blood Thunder Overlord sword, Black Immortal sword, or Black Demon sword. Humph, what a show-off. In the stands, Yun Luan snorted coldly, as if to show how capable he was or to cover up his embarrassment. However, what happened next made him even more embarrassed. The earthly dragon beast circled behind Ling Xiao and sped up all of a sudden. It leaped up and tried to grab Ling Xiao's back. This instantaneous speed was absolutely comparable to Ling Xiao's wolf traversing a 1,000 miles movement technique. That kid is dead meat. I told you so. Yun Luan was still yelling, making himself the center of attention for the audience. However, Ling Xiao released his sword at this moment. A terrifying killing intent surged out in an instant and approached the earthly dragon beast's body. Shadow, sword demon. A sword demon appeared in an instant. The earthly dragon beast, which had already leaped into the air, suddenly turned back. It was even further away from Ling Xiao. The earthly dragon beast felt threatened by the terrifying murderous aura and sword aura. Therefore, it gave up its attack midway. Yun Wan's words came to an abrupt end. The excited expression on his face instantly froze. He, who was the center of attention, was now a fool in everyone's eyes. Damn it, how could this be? How could this be? Why did that idiotic earth dragon beast retreat? Yun Wan even felt like dying. He sat down awkwardly and didn't dare to make any more noise. Even if his master was Vice Sect Leader Yun, Vice Sect Leader Yun couldn't afford to lose face like this. On the field, Ling Xiao could not help but squint his eyes and smile when he saw that his sword had stabbed into the ground. No wonder you were able to kill 99 warriors. Moreover, among these warriors, there was one who had a higher cultivation than you. With that brain of yours, I'm afraid you're about to become a spirit. Ling Xiao now understood that what stood in front of him was not just a demonic beast. Instead, it was a demonic beast whose intelligence was infinitely close to that of a human. He was only one step away from gaining sentience. Roar! the earthly dragon beast let out an even more ferocious roar. As it roared, its entire body was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow light, as if it was wearing armor. This should be the Earth-type secret technique you're most proficient in, right? Interesting. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He also transformed into the beast soul of the three-headed lava hound. Magma had a restraining effect on the Earth-type secret technique. It could turn the armor made of Earth-type elements into magma. After transforming, he withdrew the 8 immortal swords. In this transformed state, he wanted to fight the earthly dragon beast at close range. Only when his fists hit his flesh would he be able to improve his cultivation. Seeing the transformation of Ling Xiao's body, the earthly dragon beast was unwilling to wait any longer. It leaped up again and pounced on Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't retreat in the face of its attack. Instead, he let out a roar and charged forward. He didn't use any sword moves. Ling Xiao's magma-covered palms met the earthly dragon beast's sharp claws. Lunatic! Seeing this, the warriors on the spectator stand were stunned. He abandoned his sword and used his palms to fight the earthly dragon beast. Is there something wrong with him? Yes, there's something wrong with him. He's too complacent. He's dead meat now. People thought that Ling Xiao was too complacent. Did he think he could win just because he forced the earthly dragon beast to retreat with one sword move? How could he use such a method to fight the ferocious monster? He was simply courting death. They watched this scene coldly. Most of them hoped to see Ling Xiao being torn to pieces by the earthly dragon beast's claws. Only the Red Witch and Mu Qing were nervous. Perhaps they were confused because they were too concerned. Finally, the palms and the sharp claws collided. Many people imagined that Ling Xiao would be torn to pieces, but it didn't happen. What they saw was the fleshy palm easily blocking the sharp claws. Not only that, but what shocked them even more was the earthly dragon beast seemed to have suffered great injuries and let out a shrill cry. What happened? How could he hurt the earthly dragon beast in a head-on collision? What's this guy's body made of? People looked at the battle in the field in amazement, not knowing what to say. Ling Xiao had displayed his valiant and unexpected battle prowess time and time again. This caused many people to feel a burning sensation on their faces, as if they had been slapped several times in the face. At this time, it was better to just shut up and avoid causing trouble for himself. Ling Xiao had taken the initiative and wouldn't let the earthly dragon beast retreat easily. His body suddenly crashed into the earthly dragon beast's abdomen. At that moment, everyone saw hot magma burning on his body. The earthly dragon beast tried to avoid it. However, Ling Xiao's speed was simply too fast. Roar! Another shrill cry was heard. The air was filled with the smell of burnt fur. I get it. It's the power of lava. His beast soul transformation should be a three-headed lava hound. With the help of the top-level lava combat body, he's covered in a layer of power of lava. It's the perfect counter to the earthly dragon beast. The earthly dragon beast was burned. That's why it let out such a shrill cry. There were still people in the crowd who understood. After watching for a long time, they finally knew why the earthly dragon beast was so miserable. 99 battles. Those martial artists tried their best to find a way to break the earthly dragon beast's defense, but failed. However, Ling Xiao did it so casually in front of everyone. It was really enviable. The key isn't the power of lava. In fact, someone used the same method in the past, but failed. The key is this kid's strength. He's so strong. It seems that the rumor that he defeated the third sect elder is true. The people in the crowd continued to explain, so that everyone knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. At this time, Yun Luan and the others were in a terrible mood. Their faces were gloomy and their eyes were flickering. because of fear and anger. Ling Xiao's strength was completely different from what they imagined. Chapter 2751. I thought he would only rely on his sharp blade to win. I didn't expect him to be so terrifying even without a sword. Yun Wan's heart was trembling. If he had agreed to fight Ling Xiao to the death, what would the consequences be now? Just the thought of it was terrifying. He kept saying that Ling Xiao was a good-for-nothing who was here to die. However, he now realized how ridiculous he was. Ling Xiao's attainments in martial arts were much higher than his. Even if his cultivation was not as good as his, he was definitely not someone he could contend with. The corner of his eyes kept twitching. He saw the truth, but he was unwilling to believe it. However, Ling Xiao did not care about this idiot's reaction. All his thoughts were on the ferocious earthly dragon beast in front of him. The lava power could restrain the earth armor and injure the earthly dragon beast. However, it was really difficult to get rid of this guy like this. However, Ling Xiao had to do this, because what he wanted was a weak earthly dragon beast. The tyrant blood demonic dragon had to be upgraded. Otherwise, it would be useless in the future. One of the two reasons Ling Xiao challenged this earthly dragon beast was to let the tyrant blood demonic dragon devour this earthly dragon beast. In this way, he could upgrade the tyrant blood demonic dragon's beast soul. Each of his punches landed squarely on the earthly dragon beasts. Although it was not very kind, this was a battle of life and death. He could not afford to have any sympathy. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Xiao suddenly stopped attacking. The earthly dragon beast was lying on the ground and was dying. Your soul will continue to live in my beast soul. After saying that, a tyrant blood demonic dragon appeared behind Ling Xiao. It opened its bloody mouth and sucked. The earthly dragon beast's beast soul was sucked in. Ling Xiao actually sat down cross-legged in the arena in front of everyone and began to cultivate. He wanted the earthly dragon beast's beast soul and the tyrant blood demonic dragon's beast soul to merge perfectly. At that moment, everyone's eyes seemed to be frozen. A moment later, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only did he beat the earthly dragon beast to the point that it couldn't fight back, but he even wanted to devour the earthly dragon beast's soul. Stop! The middle-aged man seemed to have realized something. He suddenly jumped down from the stand to stop Ling Xiao from devouring the earthly dragon beast's beast soul. At this time, Ling Xiao's devouring was at a critical moment. If he could successfully stop it, not only would he make Ling Xiao's previous efforts go to waste, he might even injure Ling Xiao. There was a cold and cruel smile on the man's face. He didn't seem to want to stop Ling Xiao from devouring the earthly dragon beast soul. Instead, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, a beautiful light yellow figure appeared in front of him. You can't touch him. Mu Qing looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "But he is breaking the rules of my beast fighting coliseum." The middle-aged man was somewhat fearful of Mu Qing. Rules? As far as I know, the rules of the beast fighting coliseum state that the corpse belongs to the beast fighting coliseum. But it doesn't say that the beast soul belongs to the beast fighting coliseum. Mu Qing said indifferently, You are twisting words and forcing logic." The middle-aged man said with a gloomy face, "Mu Qing, don't forget that this is the territory of the First Elder and Vice Leader Yun's shares. Do you want to mess around? Rules are rules. How can you say that I am twisting words and forcing logic? You can only blame yourselves for not thinking that someone could absorb a beast soul like this." Mu Qing sneered. When the middle-aged man was about to fly into a rage again, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and stood up slowly. The grade of the tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul had finally become 1 star with 12 levels of hell. In this way, the tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul, which was originally only useful in the battle, could also increase Ling Xiao's combat strength. Not only that, after fusing with the earthly dragon beast soul, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only one step away from the late stage of the 11 levels of hell. Now that the energy had been accumulated, all he needed was a burst of power to stimulate him. I've swallowed the earthly dragon beast's soul, so I don't want the reward. Ling Xiao glanced at the middle-aged man, then turned around and jumped back onto the spectator stand. Mu Qing also followed him back to his seat. The middle-aged man didn't care about the earthly dragon beast soul in the first place. He just wanted to seize the opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. Now that there was no chance, he naturally wouldn't pursue this matter any further. After ordering his subordinates to carry the earthly dragon beast's body away, the middle-aged man looked coldly at Ling Xiao. "Next, I will make you suffer." These words were naturally muttered in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He turned around and walked into the huge iron gate to lead the other demonic beast. After a while, the iron gate opened again. The middle-aged man stood on top of a demonic bird and flew into the arena. At that moment, Ling Xiao suddenly stood up. He couldn't be wrong. That was Xiao Jin. However, at this moment, Xiao Jin had already been tortured enough. Basically, it was covered in wounds. Although it didn't hurt its core, one could imagine the pain and psychological torture that the wounds on its body caused Xiao Jin. There was only killing intent in Xiao Jin's eyes. However, this killing intent seemed to be numb, as if it had been hit by someone's illusion. Illusion was also a kind of secret technique. Only warriors with extremely powerful soul power could use it. It could make a target listen to you or live in the illusion you created. Ling Xiao didn't know what Xiao Jin was seeing, but he knew in his heart that Xiao Jin must be in great pain. In that instant, Ling Xiao's body released a terrifying aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell. Mu Qing and the Red Witch, who were sitting beside him, were so scared that their faces turned pale. "Is that Xiao Jin? I almost couldn't recognize it. It was actually tortured to such a state. I'm afraid it can't even use half of its strength." Mu Qing's face was also pale. If her friend was tortured to such a state, she would definitely be furious. Therefore, she understood Ling Xiao's actions very well. Xiao Jin, the Beast, is the latest beast that our arena got. Its strength should be at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell in the first rotation of the Yin-Yang realm. As long as a warrior below this level kills it, they will be rewarded with 200,000 mid-grade spirit stones. This reward was obviously higher than the previous Earth Dragon Beast. Ling Xiao understood what these guys wanted to do. They wanted to force him to make a move. If he didn't, Xiao Jin would die under the cruel attacks. It would die in front of him. "I'll challenge it." Yun Luan immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. Of course, he knew that Xiao Jin was Ling Xiao's battle pet. However, he still wanted to do this because he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao. He couldn't defeat Ling Xiao, but dealing with a demonic beast that was already half-crippled was still a piece of cake. "Do you want to make a move?" Mu Qing asked Ling Xiao. Chapter 2752. Don't make a move yet. Xiao Jin is under the control of the illusion. I need to break the illusion on his body first. Help me keep an eye on him. If Xiao Jin's life is in danger, it won't be too late to make a move. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he closed his eyes. His source spirit flew out from his head and floated into the arena. If he couldn't break the illusion on Xiao Jin, then even if he saved Xiao Jin, he would be in big trouble. So Ling Xiao had to be calm now. Coward! Seeing that Ling Xiao didn't react, Yun Wan was even more proud. He jumped into the arena and looked at the middle-aged man. "All right, you can break the seal now." Young Master Yun Luan, are you sure you want to challenge this guy? Although this beast is half crippled, there is a terrifying energy in his body. It's not easy to deal with. The middle-aged man reminded him. It could be seen that the middle-aged man knew Yun Luan and knew that he was Yun Lan's cousin and Phoenix in the Cloud's disciple. He couldn't bear the consequences of Yun Luan being killed. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up. Yun Luan waved his hand and said, all right, since it's like this, then this subordinate will follow your orders. In the stands, Mu Qing looked at Ling Xiao and said, you better hurry up, otherwise Xiao Jin will be in trouble. Why? Although Ling Xiao's source spirit flew out, he still had the Sky Tyrant martial spirit to control his body. He could still talk to Mu Qing. Yun Luan's strength is definitely not Xiao Jin's opponent. Even if Xiao Jin is half crippled, he still has a terrifying skill. Yun Luan won't be able to take advantage of him. It's not that reason. Mu Qing shook his head and said, Vice Sect Leader Yun has shares in this place. In fact, the second and first elders are just watching over the place for Vice Sect Leader Yun. The real boss here is Vice Sect Leader Yun. Could it be that they dare to cheat? Ling Xiao said with a frown. If that's the case, then he will have to make a move first. Cheating is too normal. The rules of the Beast Fighting Coliseum are only set for others. How could their own people abide by them? Moreover, if the middle-aged man is cheating, there are not many people who can see through it. Even if they can see it, there's no evidence to prove it. In the end, it'll be left unsettled. Got it. I'll do it as soon as possible. Ling Xiao no longer spoke and focused all his energy on dispelling the illusion. He absolutely believed Mu Qing's words. With the shamelessness of this group of people, what could they not do? At this moment, Yun Luan was already standing in front of Xiao Jin. She raised her head arrogantly and looked down at the wounded Xiao Jin with disdain. However, at the instant when the seal was opened, a voice rang out. Xiao Jin's body suddenly emitted a vicious aura, a murderous aura that made people tremble. The large golden bird, which seemed to be half dead, had a pair of sharp eyes that made people feel cold all over. Chaotic Cloud was so scared that he took a step back. His originally arrogant head could no longer be held up so high. Chirp! Suddenly, a voice colder than death came from Xiao Jin's mouth. In that instant, he dashed out, his huge body pouncing towards Yun Luan. Although it was under the illusion, Xiao Jin's purpose in being placed in the arena was to fight. Like all the other demonic beasts, he could only save his own life by killing the opponent in front of him. Xiao Jin was transformed by Ling Yen. He had absolute human intelligence. Even the other demonic beasts knew this. How could he not know? So fast. Seeing Xiao Jin pounce towards him, Chaotic Cloud was frightened. He waved his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand. The weapon he used was the same as Ling Xiao's. They were both swords. However, it was just a formality. In the demon-dragon religion, the reason why many martial artists use swords was actually because of the demon-dragon sword. Therefore, regardless of whether it was suitable for them to use swords, they used them in the end. Boom! Xiao Jin's claws slammed onto the sharp sword. Then, Chaotic Cloud's body was sent flying like a piece of trash. He crashed heavily into the wall behind him. Blood flowed from his mouth. He was arrogant, but because of a moment of carelessness, the half-dead Xiao Jin took him down first. Chaotic Cloud was both furious and terrified. Suddenly, a white cloud appeared behind him. That was his martial spirit. The Cloud martial spirit was a very special martial spirit. If it was not developed well, it would be useless. It could not compare to other martial spirits at all. However, if it was developed well, it would definitely not be worse than any natural martial spirit. Float! With a loud shout from Chaotic Cloud's mouth, His body floated up like a cloud. The wind blew, and he was instantly several meters away. Xiao Jin's second attack hit the wall directly and did not hit Chaotic Cloud. However, it still scared Chaotic Cloud so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This Chaotic Cloud is worthy of being one of the 10 Devil Sons. Although he brags too much, his development of the Cloud Martial Spirit is quite good. It's a pity that with this kind of talent, not to mention compared to him, even compared to Ling Yan before he became Xiao Jin, he has no advantage. Although Ling Zhao's eyes were closed, his source spirit was always by Xiao Jin's side. While helping Xiao Jin get rid of the illusion, he also tried his best to help Xiao Jin when possible. Xiao Jin seemed to have gone crazy. He did not feel any of Chaotic Cloud's actions. He locked onto Chaotic Cloud's position and rose into the air again. He flapped his wings, and a blazing feeling attacked Chaotic Cloud. Damn, didn't you say that he was already half crippled? Why does this guy still look so fierce? Chaotic Cloud could not believe that he had already used his martial spirit. How could this bird make him unable to fight back? I don't believe this. He was really angry. The long sword in his hand stabbed down. He wanted to fight Xiao Jin head-on. He did not believe that he could not even defeat a half-crippled animal. However, the moment the sword and Xiao Jin's claws touched, a terrifying expression appeared on Chaotic Cloud's face. The sword in his hand, that was an immortal-grade spiritual weapon. In the end, it was completely melted by the blazing light. This kind of heat instantly rose and rushed towards his arms. He was shocked and turned to run. However, that terrifying heat still burned his entire right hand. He screamed in pain and ran even faster. However, when he flew into the air, he was knocked down by a protective wall. Once a fight began in the arena, it would naturally form a thick protective wall. It was to prevent the monsters and warriors inside from leaving. It was also to prevent people from outside from interfering with the fight. This is bad. Chaotic Cloud, who had been knocked down, had completely lost his mind. He did not even know how to escape. At this very moment, Xiao Jin had already appeared near him. His sharp claws were raised once again as he clawed at his head. My life is over. Yun Luan had never thought that he would be defeated by a bird that was not even worth mentioning. Now, he was on the verge of losing his life. Chapter 2753. Xiao Jin's performance was too impressive. He was not like those monsters who could only attack based on instinct. All of his attacks seemed to be premeditated. Yun Luan was led by the nose by Xiao Jin from the beginning. Enough! Just as Yun Luan was about to die under Xiao Jin's claws, a voice suddenly came from the spectator stands. The middle-aged man who brought Xiao Jin out from behind the iron gate appeared in the arena. He was a member of the animal arena, so he could enter and leave freely. Yun Luan was injured, and one of his hands was crippled. That was something that even he could not react to. However, he could not let Yun Luan lose his life. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Xiao Jin heard that voice and stopped abruptly. He was only one step away from killing Yun Luan, but he had to stop because of his order. This was because of the influence of the illusion. Damned illusion! Why did he stop? The spectators were confused. Yun Luan, who was lying on the ground, let out a long sigh. He was almost killed by a monster. This was simply a great humiliation. Evil creature, you can leave now. This battle ends here. The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Jin coldly and said indifferently, Shameless, you really use such tricks. Didn't they say that the battle would only end when one side died? Someone in the spectator stands shouted. There were many people who came to the animal arena. They were not necessarily from the dragon cult. However, they could be allies or friends. Originally, the rules of the animal arena were there, and no one had the right to violate them. When their loved ones were about to be killed, they had also requested to stop the battle. However, the owner of the animal arena did not care about it. What was going on now? Were they going to break the rules? They would not agree. All right, since you want to continue, then let's continue. Yun Luan, who was lying on the ground with a face full of fear, suddenly had a ferocious expression on his face when he saw Xiao Jin being stopped by the middle-aged man. He suddenly stood up, took out a sword from his storage ring, and stabbed at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin could not resist because of the middle-aged man's order. As a result, he was stabbed in the body. The sword pierced through Xiao Jin's body, and blood flowed out. "Ha ha ha, die, you beast!" Chaotic Cloud laughed crazily. The long sword stirred inside Xiao Jin's body. He wanted Xiao Jin to taste the pain he had tasted before. This was an obvious violation of the rules, but the middle-aged man turned a blind eye to it, as if he didn't see anything. He was conniving. Scram! Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. Ling Zhao's killing intent soared to the sky from the stands. Many people even saw a huge shadow appear on his body. The face of the black figure could not be seen clearly, but its expression was incomparably ferocious and terrifying, as if it wanted to kill everything in front of it. "Get lost!" Chaotic Cloud looked at Ling Zhao with disdain and said, "I'm standing here bullying it. What can you do?" Lowly commoners were indeed lowly commoners. To think that they would treat demonic beasts as friends. As expected, they were all ordinary beasts. Ridiculous! This kind of beast should be tortured to death. His laughter was extremely loud, and his expression was extremely pleased. This was because he was not afraid of Ling Zhao at this moment, not to mention that the middle-aged man beside him was powerful. He had already reached the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 11 in the first rotation and was the second elder's most capable assistant. If Ling Zhao wanted to kill him, he would definitely make a move. Just the protective barrier above the arena alone was not something Ling Zhao could break. Feeling pleased, he suddenly pulled out the sword in his hand and stabbed at Xiao Jin again. However, this time, Xiao Jin moved. It suddenly dodged Chaotic Cloud's sword and clawed at Chaotic Cloud's arm. The sharp claws instantly crippled Yun Luan's arm. Impossible. The middle-aged man frowned. Xiao Jin was controlled by the illusion and would never disobey his orders. Could it have broken the illusion? Of course, he didn't know that the reason why Ling Zhao suddenly went crazy was because Xiao Jin's illusion had been broken. Next, it was his turn. "Senior, save me." Chaotic Cloud was suddenly attacked by Little Gold and had one of his arms broken. He screamed in fear. The middle-aged man nodded. In a flash, he was already in front of Chaotic Cloud, blocking Xiao Jin's attack path. Xiao Jin's attack stopped abruptly, and it pulled away from the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's strength was not something it could handle. Although the illusion had been broken, its strength could be unleashed. However, due to its serious injuries, its current strength was only 60 to 70% of its previous strength. It was impossible for it to defeat the middle-aged man. "Evil creature, although I don't know how you broke the illusion, you'll still end up dead." The middle-aged man looked at Xiao Jin coldly. This sudden accident was very difficult for him to understand, but he soon calmed down. This was the arena deputy sect leader Yun's place, and he was protected by the first and second elders. Who would dare to cause trouble? It's not up to you to decide what will happen to him. Ling Zhao suddenly leaped into the air and punched the protective barrier. The furious, murderous aura turned the entire beast-fighting coliseum blood red. "It's useless. You can't break that protective barrier." The middle-aged man said disdainfully, "Is that so? I don't think so." Boom. As Ling Zhao's voice sounded, his fist smashed hard on the protective barrier. Then, a terrifying explosion sounded. Then, crack! The protective wall was smashed like glass, and a hole appeared in it. Ling Xiao passed through the hole and jumped into the arena. You said I can't break it? Now that I've broken it, what can you do? Standing in front of Xiao Jin, Ling Xiao looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of him. Chaotic cloud must die. This person must die too. No one could live well after humiliating and persecuting his brother. No one could. Boss. Xiao Jin lowered his head in pain, feeling extremely guilty. He had been captured, causing Ling Xiao to fall into the trap set up by someone else. He really hated himself for being so useless. Ever since he became brothers with Ling Xiao in Yuhua Town, Ling Yan received a lot of care from Ling Xiao. For him, Ling Xiao barged into the 5th level of the ghost prison and became enemies with the higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain. For him, Ling Xiao even became enemies with the Chun Kingdom's royal family. For him, Ling Xiao became enemies with the higher-ups of the dragon cult. Now, it seems that the things he did for Ling Xiao were really insignificant. His heart was in pain. He didn't want Ling Xiao to be implicated by him. Silly brother. Ling Xiao gently patted Xiao Jin's head and said with a smile, You can die for me, and I can also give up everything for you. Why do we need to say such nonsense between brothers? That's right, brother. Life and death brothers. In life, with such a brother, what more could one ask for? Ling Xiao was like that. Xiao Jin was like that. Chapter 27:54. The middle-aged man looked at Ling Xiao coldly and took a step forward. No matter what your relationship with this beast is, he is now our beast fighting arena's goods. You'd better leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Goods? Ling Xiao frowned and asked coldly. That's right. This beast has the mark of our beast fighting arena. He belongs to our beast fighting arena. I hope you don't become our enemy because of this beast. Otherwise, you won't have a good ending. Even if you are the last disciple of the sect leader, you won't be able to leave easily. The middle-aged man said coldly. Ridiculous. If I leave my mark on your body, then you will also be my goods? Ling Xiao asked sarcastically. His words made the middle-aged man's eyes narrow into slits. A dense, murderous aura suddenly erupted. You're courting death. It's not the first time someone said that. But in the end, the one who died was not me. Ling Xiao said coldly. The one who should die is you. After saying that, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into the tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul. The tyrant blood demonic dragon beast soul had just advanced because it had swallowed the earth dragon beast. Now, it was very beneficial to Ling Xiao. Immediately, the 8 immortal sword appeared in his hand. The cold blade whistled in the biting cold wind. The middle-aged man in front of him was very strong. His cultivation was even higher than the 3rd sect elder. However, in Ling Xiao's opinion, this guy's combat strength was probably not much higher than the 3rd sect elder. The 3rd sect elder's secret soul technique was the most terrifying. Even if his cultivation was higher than his, he might not be his opponent. Ling Xiao was sure that the person in front of him did not have that mysterious power. Humph! Don't think that just because you defeated the 3rd sect elder, you can do whatever you want in the dragon cult. To me, you're just a frog in a well. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. His body trembled slightly, and his figure suddenly flashed. His body turned into a gust of wind and a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the killing intent released by Ling Xiao. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Ling Xiao. His right hand formed into a claw and grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. Whoosh! The 8 immortals' sword in Ling Xiao's hand shone with a dazzling cold light as it instantly pierced towards his opponent. Cold killing intent and sharp killing intent exploded in the air. Petty tricks. The middle-aged man completely ignored Ling Xiao's sword. That pair of fleshy palms actually hit the long sword directly, and then strange sparks burst out, as ear-piercing as the sound of metal clashing. In the next instant, the middle-aged man pointed with his left hand, aiming for Ling Xiao's Shanzhong acupoint. Ling Xiao frowned and released the sprite-commandeering lightning shield with his left hand. A shield flashing with lightning formed in front of him. The middle-aged man's finger pointed at the lightning shield and directly pierced through it. However, when it landed on Ling Xiao's body, it had basically lost its power. It couldn't even pierce through Ling Xiao's protective elemental energy. However, this attack made Ling Xiao understand that his opponent was very strong, although he didn't have the mysterious secret skill of the third sect elder. His head-on combat strength was still very terrifying. Everyone in the audience could see that the difference in cultivation between Ling Xiao and this middle-aged man was too great. It was already very rare to be able to block the middle-aged man's attack. It was simply impossible for them to win. Ling Xiao, I'll help you buy time. Take little gold away. Mu Qing stood up and said loudly. However, Ling Xiao shook his head and looked at the middle-aged man with a determined gaze. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took another step forward. The sharp blade stabbed out again. He couldn't retreat. Behind him was Little Gold, his good brother. He couldn't escape either. Today, he had to make everyone understand that he would make anyone pay the price for offending and harming his brothers. A terrible price. Today, he would transform into a terrifying demon and make everyone tremble. Escape? They're the ones who should escape, not me. Ling Xiao didn't want to use the move of the bloody rat demon, but for his brother, he didn't hesitate. If it was really necessary, he wouldn't mind. However, it didn't seem necessary now. Although the middle-aged man in front of him was powerful, he still had many trump cards. The bloody rat demon was only one of them. He prepared it to deal with Phoenix in the cloud. In the arena, the cold and murderous aura formed a terrifying storm that kept spreading. The middle-aged man sneered. You want us to escape? You really think too highly of yourself. Let me tell you the truth. Today, from the moment you entered the arena, your future was decided. Only death awaits you. You're just at the middle stage of the 11th level of hell. Not to mention killing me, it would be difficult for you to even take one of my attacks. I really don't know where you get the courage to speak like that. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you just because you're Chen Bai's disciple? He probably can't even protect himself now. You really did make a move on Master. Ling Xiao felt that something was wrong from the beginning. Chen Bai was staying in the dragon cult and was about to cultivate him. But he suddenly left. There were many things that made him confused. Now it seemed that Phoenix in the cloud had indeed set a trap for Chen Bai. Although he didn't know what kind of trap it was, Chen Bai might really be doomed. Master, you must take care. Disciple will find you after I destroy them. Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He knew that the key to him staying in the dragon cult was Chen Bai. If Chen Bai died, then there was no need for him to continue staying here. Senior, wouldn't it be too easy to kill an arrogant guy like Ling Xiao? At this moment, chaotic clouds once again became arrogant, with the middle-aged man backing him up. His timid mood instantly vanished into thin air. Oh, what do you think, young Master Chaotic Cloudy? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Doesn't he like to associate with those evil beasts? Then let him stay in the form of a beast forever and become an animal in the arena. Chaotic Cloudy sneered. I believe that Master will be happy to see that. Ha ha! Young Master Chaotic Cloudy's idea is good. This kid likes beast soul transformation. and he calls those evil beasts brothers. It should be good to let him be an animal. Moreover, his killing intent is so dense, and his strength is not bad. He should be able to become the star of our arena." The middle-aged man laughed very happily. He really wanted to try this kind of thing. That's right, a lowly commoner like him shouldn't climb above our heads. Chaotic Cloudy's expression was full of ridicule and cold laughter. "Ling Xiao wants to kill him. Xiao Jin wants to kill him. Fine. Then I'll let you fend for yourselves in the beast arena." A disdainful smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Even now, the idiot Chaotic Cloudy still doesn't understand the situation. "Very well, wait until I kill this middle-aged man. Then I'll kill you." Chapter 27:55. Ling Xiao's sword stabbed out again. However, it was blocked by the middle-aged man again. This time, he was sent flying by the angry middle-aged man's palm. However, he only retreated 2 meters. He forced his body to take the middle-aged man's palm. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, the expression on his face was still a cold smile. The middle-aged man frowned. The last thing he wanted to see was this kind of lunatic. A lunatic who was not afraid of death, could do anything. "Sister Mu Qing, why don't we go and help him? He's dying." On the stand, the Red Witch said anxiously, "No, he said he could do it." Mu Qing shook her head and said, "Don't you trust him the most? Then just watch. Our mission is to block the reinforcements and not let others destroy his battle." She walked out of her seat and blocked the passage to the arena. She looked coldly at the arena guards who were about to swarm forward. "Whoever dares to take another step forward will be killed without mercy," she said coldly. Mu Qing's name was still very intimidating. In addition, the middle-aged man obviously had the upper hand. Therefore, the guards all chose to stop and quietly wait for the situation to change. Xiao Jin looked at his boss fighting desperately and wanted to help. However, the mission Ling Xiao gave him was to heal his injuries. Take the pill and recover to your peak strength in the shortest time possible. The enemy in a while may be even stronger. This was Ling Xiao's instruction. Xiao Jin did not dare to disobey. Moreover, Ling Xiao was right. Now, facing the middle-aged man and Yun Luan, they were actually nothing. The truly powerful, one might be the second elder, or even the first elder. Therefore, Xiao Jin must recover as soon as possible. Otherwise, he could only watch Ling Xiao fight to the death alone. He closed his eyes and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He guided the pill to all the cells in his body. The body of a demon beast had a strong recovery ability. In addition, he had the body of the devouring demon fetus and the soul of the golden crow. His recovery ability was even more terrifying. It would not take long for him to fully recover. At that time, he could go and help his boss fight together. However, Ling Xiao's battle was still going on. He attacked again and again, but was repelled again and again. Vomiting blood, Ling Xiao was like a madman, fearless. Mu Qing and the Red Witch could not stand it anymore. Even the middle-aged man was frowning. In the eyes of others, he had the upper hand. However, only he himself knew best that each of his attacks had no intention of showing mercy. They were all aimed to kill Ling Xiao. Although he really wanted to turn Ling Xiao into an animal, he understood that it would be difficult to do so. That was why he was filled with killing intent. However, each attack only caused Ling Xiao to spit out a small mouthful of blood. Nothing else had changed. This lunatic was still pouncing on him again, and again like a zombie that couldn't die or feel pain. "Is that all you've got? What a joke. What happened to that arrogant declaration you made earlier? Didn't you want to kill me? Give me something powerful." Ling Xiao simply abandoned the sword in his hand and only used his demonic tyrant blood dragon, martial soul to face the middle-aged man. His face was covered in blood. However, his smile was extremely sinister. You force me to do this. The middle-aged man originally thought that there was no need to use all his skills to deal with Ling Xiao. However, facing Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to do so. Even if the other party was a real zombie, he had to completely crush this guy. He clenched his hands into fists. A martial soul was released from his back. It was a fierce and domineering mastiff. Its huge body was almost comparable to a lion's. The moment the martial soul was released, the middle-aged man's strength skyrocketed. However, he did not seem to be ready to stop. Fuse. The strongest move of a beast's soul was fusion. Once fused, the martial artist would erupt with several times or even more terrifying combat strength. After the martial soul fusion, the middle-aged man's body was obviously several times larger. Even his originally thin body had become muscular, as if he was a living little giant. So it's really a dog. No wonder you're guarding someone's house. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and mocked. Yes, he was provoking. He wanted his opponent to have no time to think at all. This way, his opponent would continue to follow the rhythm he wanted. Die. As expected, the middle-aged man was furious. His whole body released an explosive force. Then, his body suddenly leaned forward. He pounced at Ling Xiao at an even more terrifying speed. Boom! Those sharp claws landed solidly on Ling Xiao's body. It even scratched 10 bloody holes on Ling Xiao's body. The scene was very bloody. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not take a single step back. His body leaned backwards, and the moment he was about to touch the ground, he bounced back. A mouthful of blood, together with pieces of internal organs, spurted out and sprayed on the middle-aged man's face. However, Ling Xiao's face was still smiling, and his smile was even brighter. The middle-aged man wiped the dirt on his face. He was furious and terrified to the extreme. This attack was already his strongest attack, but it still failed to kill Ling Xiao. Was this guy really human? What is he trying to do? Is he trying to scare his opponent to death? His vitality is really tenacious. I can't believe he's still alive. I think his internal organs are shattered. What a lunatic. I'd rather fight with Mo Ing than this lunatic. He's too crazy. In the spectator stands, many martial artists were shocked by Ling Xiao's actions. They had seen people who risked their lives, but they had never seen such a desperate person. Because he had a brother behind him, he would rather take all the attacks than take advantage of the momentum of retreating to reduce the damage. With such a brother, Xiao Jin was really worth it. However, was it really worth it for Ling Xiao to do so? How was he going to end this battle? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Mother asterisk cur, it's true that wealth comes from danger. The reason why he laughed was because he had broken through. The reason why he gave up the sword in his hand just now was to let his opponent's strongest attack hit him. Although it was very risky, and he might have really died. However, Ling Xiao, this lunatic, had absolute confidence in himself. He had succeeded. Not only did he not die, moreover, he had protected his brother and broken through at the same time. He was at the advanced stage of the 11th level of Hell in Yin-Yang transformation. Although this cultivation was not as high as the middle-aged man's, it was enough for Ling Xiao. The higher the cultivation, the more difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level. However, when Ling Xiao's cultivation was only one level away from his opponent, his actual combat strength had already surpassed his opponent. There was no doubt about that. What are you laughing at? The middle-aged man was a little terrified. To thank you for helping me break through, I'll give you a quick death. Chapter 2756. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. Then he suddenly moved. The middle-aged man felt threatened and turned around to escape. But he still could not escape from Ling Zhao's demonic dragon's claws. Ling Zhao's demonic dragon's claws grabbed the middle-aged man's head and said in a cold voice, "You shouldn't have helped Phoenix in the cloud to torture my good brother. Die. After you die, I'll take good care of your martial spirit." A bright smile bloomed on his face. Then the sound of a watermelon cracking could be heard. The middle-aged man's headless corpse fell to the ground. Blood started to spread. Devour! The three-headed lava hound beast soul appeared behind Ling Zhao. Then the three heads devoured the middle-aged man's martial soul. Although Ling Zhao had the three-headed lava hound beast soul not long ago, it was not enough for him to use now. Its level was too low and needed to be upgraded. He sat there cross-legged and started to merge the beast souls. At this moment, the entire space fell into a dead silence. Countless people looked at the middle-aged man's headless corpse with fear. Ling Zhao, who was at the middle stage of level 11 of Hell in Yin-Yang Realm, killed the middle-aged man, who was at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm, just like that. Then, what was the purpose of the attacks that he endured at the beginning? This guy is indeed a lunatic. Mu Qing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Only she and a small number of warriors saw through Ling Zhao's motive. Of course, it was only after Ling Zhao's cultivation had broken through that they suddenly realized this. But even more people felt like they were in a dream. On the path of martial arts in Yin-Yang Realm, the difference of a small level could result in a 10 times difference in combat power. Those who could challenge people of a higher level could be considered geniuses. As for Ling Zhao, the difference between him and his opponent was 2 realms. The difference in strength was so great, but he won. And it seemed like he won easily. What kind of genius was this guy? Many people did not dare to think about it. Many of them were loyal to Phoenix in the cloud. Seeing such a genius like Ling Zhao, they naturally could not sit still. Not only is this fellow crazy, but he's also confident. He even has a defensive power that makes others jealous. People believed that if his defense wasn't strong enough, Ling Zhao would have been killed by the middle-aged man with that move. Perhaps this was the biggest reason why Ling Zhao dared to put down the sword in his hand, face his opponent head-on, and let his opponent attack him. No matter what, Ling Zhao won, and it was a surprising win. This middle-aged man was the most crucial part of Phoenix in the Cloud's plan. Now that he was dead, today's trap had become meaningless. Suddenly, Chaotic Clouds thrust his sword at Ling Zhao. He knew that if he didn't kill Ling Zhao now, he wouldn't have another chance. Furthermore, once Ling Zhao completed the fusion, he would definitely kill him. He was only 4 to 5 meters away from Ling Zhao. At this distance, even if Mu Qing wanted to stop him, it would be impossible. Die. At most, we'll die together. Chaotic Clouds saw that the tip of his sword was getting closer and closer to Ling Zhao's throat. He was nervous and excited. If he could kill this guy before he died, it would be worth it. But could he really do it? Xiao Jin's eyes suddenly opened. "Boss, it's my turn to protect you." The golden light directly ignored the 10 meters of distance between them. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yun Luan and pierced through his body. Burnt wounds appeared on Yun Luan's body. He was actually split into 2. No. Chaotic Clouds could not accept that he was killed by the bastard that he looked down on the most. And there wasn't even a complete corpse. Well done, Xiao Jin. At this moment, Ling Zhao had also completed the fusion of his martial souls. The level of the 3-headed lava hound beast soul had also increased to the level of the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. In the future, his combat power would only be stronger. Ling Xiao, how dare you kill innocent people in the bestial battle arena? Suddenly, a thunderous voice came from the spectator stand. Then, the hundreds of martial artists who were originally dressed as spectators all stood up. The owner of the roar was actually the second sect elder, and the hundreds of martial artists were all in the middle stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell. They were the most outstanding among the middle disciples. They were also the ones who had the highest chance of becoming an upper disciple. At the same time, they were also diehard fans of Phoenix in the cloud. Second sect elder? Ling Xiao looked at him with contempt and said, "Since you've been in the spectator stand all this time, you should be very clear about what happened here, right? Then why are you still talking nonsense? Killing innocent people? Are these two scumbags innocent? How dare you speak to the sect elder like that?" One of the middle disciples shouted angrily. However, Ling Xiao's gaze shut him up instantly. It was too terrifying. That was not a gaze that a human should have. That was a demon, a madman. "Ling Xiao, surrender obediently. We'll lock you up and wait for the sect leader to come back to deal with you." The second sect elder was also having a headache now. Ling Xiao actually killed that person. After all, that person's strength wasn't much weaker than his. Although Deputy Sect Leader Yun had ordered for Ling Xiao's life, the problem was who could kill Ling Xiao now? Surrender? Are you an idiot? Unless Phoenix in the cloud personally makes a move. Who can stop me? Ling Xiao looked at the second sect elder with disdain and said, "You'd better get out of here obediently. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." He had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation. It could be said that no one in the Yin-Yang realm's 11th level of hell was his match, unless the other party's cultivation had reached the Yin-Yang realm's 12th level of hell. Therefore, there were not many people in the dragon cult who could really pose a threat to him now. "Boss, it was the second sect elder who tricked me into going out. He said that you were attacked by Phoenix in the cloud. I rushed out in a fit of anger and was then attacked by the two of them." Xiao Jin said angrily, "If it was just Phoenix in the cloud, I could have escaped even if I couldn't defeat him. If that's the case, then he must die." Ling Xiao wanted to leave just like that. However, after hearing Xiao Jin's words, he could not let the second sect elder go. With a stomp of his foot, his figure instantly flashed and appeared in front of the second sect elder, seemingly ignoring the distance of tens of meters. The spectator's stand was instantly in chaos. The middle disciples that the second sect elder brought with him all gathered around. There were even some people who didn't know what was good for them and actually wanted to attack Ling Xiao. However, what greeted him was Xiao Jin's sharp claws. The claws tore his arm and pierced his body, killing him instantly. Ling Xiao's gaze was fixed on the second sect elder. Chapter 2757. The second elder's cultivation was not weak, and his battle prowess was not weak either. However, the scene of Ling Xiao killing that middle-aged man was simply too shocking. It made him feel inexplicable fear. Originally, the third elder had been defeated by Ling Xiao, and the second elder was already very afraid of Ling Xiao. Today, the manager of the animal fighting arena, whose cultivation and combat strength were similar to his, was also killed by Ling Xiao. He witnessed the whole process with his own eyes. Therefore, he did not have the slightest confidence in facing Ling Xiao. He could even feel his heart trembling. Stop him for me!" The second elder shouted as he kept retreating. However, there were stairs behind him, and he had no way out. He could not understand why things had developed to this point. This was their territory. Originally, he could do whatever he wanted here, and he could do whatever he wanted. However, Ling Xiao had blocked all his escape routes. He could only shout loudly, hoping that the guards of the animal fighting arena would stop Ling Xiao. You're really getting worse and worse. With your cultivation, you don't have to be so timid, do you? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder with disdain. When the guards heard the second elder shout, they rushed over, trying to buy time for the second elder to escape. However, Xiao Jin, Mu Qing, and the Red Witch blocked their way. The 32 Heavenly Thunder Guards, released by Ling Xiao, blocked every path to the second elder. Mu Qing, you're crazy. You're the disciple of Deputy Sect Master Xiao. How can you go against Deputy Sect Master Yun? And you, Red Witch, you're the disciple of the first elder. How can you help him? The guards did not understand what was going on today. Everything had happened, and they were a little caught off guard. Bastard, kill them. Kill whoever dares to stop you. What are you waiting for? The second elder shouted sternly. It was ridiculous that he did not know how terrifying Mu Qing was. Mu Qing's strength was much stronger than his. How dare these people offend Mu Qing? Even if Deputy Sect Master Yun came personally, he might not be able to defeat Mu Qing easily. This woman and Yun Lan were the two top geniuses of the dragon cult, second only to Chen Sangxiong. Mu Qing looked at the guards in front of her with disdain, as well as the middle disciples who did not know whether they were dead or alive. She said indifferently, I only know that Ling Xiao is my savior. Whoever wants to harm him, I'll kill them. Her voice was not loud, but her tone was very firm and filled with incomparable arrogance. This was the attitude that a powerhouse should have. Ling Xiao understood in his heart that unless he displayed the terrifying strength that he had displayed during his battle with Chen Sangxiong, he would definitely not be a match for Mu Qing. This woman was a friend and not an enemy. To him, this was definitely an incomparably fortunate thing. As for the second elder's face, his face was completely stiffened as if he had swallowed a rat. Of course, the guards wouldn't listen to Mu Qing. They still attacked. After all, the second elder was one of the bosses here. Even if they were to die, they would not dare to do nothing. It was a pity that the guards who rushed out first were killed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin in an instant. Now that Ling Xiao's cultivation had increased and his strength had skyrocketed, the Heavenly Thunder Guards would naturally be more powerful. Mu Qing and the Red, which were his benefactors. He did not want the two girls to bear the infamy of rebelling. Therefore, he let the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin attack first. If he could not stay in the dragon cult, he could leave. However, Mu Qing and the Red Witch could not. Mu Qing and the Red Witch could also see Ling Xiao's good intentions, so they did not act rashly. Anyway, the guards could not break the defense formed by the Heavenly Thunder Guards and Xiao Jin. The second elder was in complete despair. In his despair, he became furious because there was no way out. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? His crazy aura burst out. A martial artist at the peak of Yin-Yang Realm Level 11 in the first rotation was very powerful once he went crazy. Unfortunately, his opponent was Ling Xiao. It was Ling Xiao who had broken through to the late stage of Yin-Yang Realm. His furious roar came to an abrupt end after a while. Ling Xiao's sword was pressed against his throat. It was so easy. The second elder did not even have a chance to fight back. What a joke! You actually gave me a month to practice the Magic Dragon's Phantom? You really don't take me seriously at all. As for that Demon Shadow, he's an idiot. Does he think that if he gives me a month, he can still be my opponent? Ling Xiao sneered. Freak! Freak! The second elder looked at Ling Xiao in horror. The moment he touched the tip of Ling Xiao's sword, he knew Ling Xiao's true cultivation and strength. He was completely different from the Ling Xiao he saw in front of the demonic book hall a few days ago. He was more than 10 times stronger. It's not that we're stupid. It's that you're too freakish. He smiled bitterly. In fact, if it was someone else, even Chen Songxiong, they might not have improved much in a month. But Ling Xiao, this guy, was beyond common sense. He could not be judged by common sense at all. It was a little too scary. It's too late to realize that now. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. You exposed your true strength so early. Aren't you afraid that Vice Sect Leader Yun will kill you personally? The second elder asked coldly. He can't kill me. Ling Xiao shook his head gently and said, After killing you, I'll leave this place. But don't worry, I'll be back. I'll let Yun and the first elder accompany you in hell. You can't kill me. I'm the second elder, the elder of the dragon cult. If you kill me, even Chun Bai won't be able to protect you. The second elder's confidence was completely gone. That's true, isn't it? Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and suddenly smiled. Well, I won't kill you for now. I'll let you see how Vice Sect Leader Yun and the first elder, whom you rely on, will die. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. Don't you like to make others your goods? Become this beast arena's beast. I'll fulfill your wish and let you become that thing too. You, what are you trying to do? The second elder sensed that something was wrong with Ling Xiao's words. You'll find out soon enough. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a smile. I thought it was fun before, so I researched a pill that can change a person's appearance. I just haven't used it yet. It just so happens that you'll be my first test subject. No, you can't do that. If you do that to me, you won't be able to leave the beast arena. The second elder shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. If he were to become a beast, it would be more painful than death. You don't have to worry about that. Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously. I beg you, let me go. I won't target you anymore. I can give you everything you want. Chapter 2758. The second elder finally knelt on the ground. In front of everyone, he knelt on the ground. He, who usually valued his face more than anything else, actually knelt before Ling Xiao. Because he was afraid. Because he knew that if he didn't do this, he would be turned into some kind of monster by Ling Xiao and be despised by others. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Shameless people like you who turn around and change your face shamelessly, your words are like farts. If I really believe you, then there's something wrong with my brain. Ling Xiao said coldly, Good boy, eat it. You won't feel any pain. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and stuffed a pill into the second elder's mouth. Although he didn't feel any pain, the second elder still let out a shrill scream, because he knew what was going to happen next. As the pill took effect, the second elder's body began to distort and change. In the end, he turned into a pig, a fat, big-eared demonic beast. Looks like it's going to work. Unfortunately, the side effects are too great. Your cultivation seems to be gone. The pill that Ling Xiao made while he was playing around did not meet his expectations. He originally thought that he could use this pill to temporarily enter the state of a monster. While his combat strength would increase, he wouldn't lose his cultivation. But now it seemed that he had to continue his research. Once the research was successful, it could definitely be sold for a lot of money. Humph, humph. The second elder stood there and walked around. The sound that came out of his mouth was like that of a pig. However, Ling Xiao only smiled coldly. He didn't show any sympathy or pity. For this kind of scum, no matter how he dealt with it, it wouldn't be too much. What a scary young man. What a cruel method. I'd rather die than become like that. In the beast arena, countless spectators saw this scene and were all scared witless. They could imagine that a powerful elder who could call the wind and summon the rain had become a pig with no combat strength at all. This was really too sad. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at the second elder. He was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used Soul Catcher. This was because he wanted to know where Chun Bai had gone. I see. Looks like this Chun Bai really treats me well. Through the memories of the second elder, Ling Xiao knew the truth of the matter. During the 3 days he was cultivating outside, Phoenix in the Cloud used the spies in the 8 Immortals City to spread a rumor that the 10-terminal formation had been broken and the 8 Immortals City was in danger. Originally, this had nothing to do with Chun Bai. However, Chun Bai cherished his disciple, Ling Xiao, too much. Therefore, he personally went there, hoping to save as many people as possible. However, he didn't know that this was Phoenix in the Cloud's trap. Phoenix in the Cloud had actually colluded with the Chun Kingdom's royal family and set up an ambush along the way. It was said that the Thunder Emperor and the Thunder Seigneur had personally taken action to kill Chun Bai. I wonder how Master is doing. Ling Xiao was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Chun Bai treated him so well. He didn't care whether the other party was the demon sect leader or not. He would definitely do his best to save Chun Bai. Let's go. Since Ling Xiao already knew the truth of the matter, he didn't plan to stay any longer. Chun Bai was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. He couldn't sit by and do nothing. He would do his best to help as much as he could. The middle-level disciples and guards blocking the way were intimidated by Ling Xiao's terrifying strength and made way for him. They could only watch Ling Xiao, and the others leave with their heads held high. Ling Xiao was arrogant, overbearing, and condescending. He killed the manager of the bestial battle arena and crippled the second elder. However, they couldn't do anything. They could only watch him leave. Even though Ling Xiao was covered in blood and his injuries weren't light, they still didn't dare to make a move. Ling Xiao's cruel methods and ferocious fighting style made everyone feel incomparably terrified. After leaving the bestial battle arena, Ling Xiao let Mu Qing and the Red Witch leave. I can't implicate you anymore. I'm going to find the sect leader. If I can't find him, then I won't come back. So, you can't follow me. Ling Xiao persuaded the two of them. No, you must come back. Don't forget that only you can have the demon dragon sword. Mu Qing shook her head and said, It's true that I can't leave with you. Otherwise, my master will definitely be in danger. But don't worry. As long as I'm alive, Chun Luan and the others will never be bullied again. I only hate that I'm too weak. I'm sorry. The Red Witch also wanted to help, but she knew her limits. She could deal with those guards, but when they were outside, she was basically a burden to Ling Xiao. Don't be sorry. You've already done a lot for me. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Then he said to Xiao Jin, Stay here and stay by the Mountain Master's side. Don't leave for a moment. I've set up a formation in the Devil Air Hall. As long as you don't come out, it'll take them at least 10 days to half a month to break the formation. I'll be back soon. Just as Mu Qing said, I still haven't gotten the demon dragon sword. Boss, but I want to fight side by side with you. Xiao Jin said, Protect the Mountain Master well. Don't distract me. That's the greatest help you can give me. Ling Xiao said very seriously, All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and go to the Devil Air Hall. If you're late, I'm afraid that Phoenix in the Cloud will cause trouble. He absolutely believed that once the matter of the bestial battle arena spread, Phoenix in the Cloud and the first sect elder would definitely not tolerate such humiliation. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao had to leave. If he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to live in peace. Leaving was actually a safer thing to do. After that, he sent Xiao Jin to the Devil Air Hall and then left Demon Dragon City without stopping for a moment. As expected, Phoenix in the Cloud appeared. Unfortunately, facing the formation of the Devil Air Hall, he couldn't break it in a short time. Send out a kill order. All dragon cult disciples, hunt down Ling Xiao. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Whoever successfully captures or kills him, I'll make him a sect elder. Anyway, Chunbai wasn't here. Phoenix in the Cloud was the real ruler of the dragon cult. When the kill order was sent out, Ling Xiao was already dozens of miles away from Demon Dragon City. His speed was very fast. While running, he transformed into the beast form of the Jade Rabbit, although this rabbit didn't increase his current strength at all. In terms of speed, he had an absolute advantage. A day later, he could already feel Chunbai's weak aura. It seems like he's seriously injured, but it's good that he's not dead. Knowing that Chunbai wasn't dead, Ling Xiao was simply too happy. He opened his Tai Chi eye and looked in that direction. That battlefield had already become a complete mess. The Thunder Monarch, the Thunder Seigneur, and dozens of Yin-Yang realm experts at the 11th level of Hell were besieging Chunbai. This battle had already been going on for 3 days and 3 nights. The battle was still undecided. Chapter 27:59. Chunbai must have been ambushed, which was why he was injured from the beginning. Moreover, his complexion did not look good, as if he had been poisoned. It was admirable that he could fight for so long even though he was poisoned. I've gone overboard this time. Thunder Emperor, Thunder Severed Elder. Any one of them is enough to make me suffer. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, after the bitter smile, he made up his mind. Ling Xiao would not give up on saving people, just because he was afraid. No matter what, he had to save Chunbai. Otherwise, he would be living a failure. Finally, he came to a place 300 to 400 meters away from the battlefield. The 2 sides of the battle had also discovered him. Chunbai became anxious. The Thunder Emperor and Thunder Severed Elder became happy. Ha ha! I didn't expect that a pair would come after one ambush. The first and second on the abominable list will be eliminated by us today. The Thunder Severed Elder laughed loudly. Although the news of Chen Sangxiong being defeated by Ling Xiao did not spread, he knew about it, because Chen Sangxiong told the Thunder Emperor himself, and the Thunder Emperor told him. He also said that he must kill Ling Xiao if he found Ling Xiao. You guys go and kill him. The Thunder Severed Elder called out to the experts around him. Until now, he was still unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Chen Sangxiong. Therefore, those experts were both attacking and probing. He really wanted to know how strong Ling Xiao was. Get lost. I don't want you to save me. Chunbai was anxious and shouted loudly, Damn old man, you're too unreasonable. I'm already here to save you. You don't have to do this. Besides, look at you. You're almost dead. If I don't save you, who will? Besides me, you don't have any other close friends in this world. Ling Xiao naturally knew why Chunbai was so angry. Chunbai did not want him to die, because he felt that even if Chunbai died, he would not have died in vain. But if he died, Chunbai would have nothing left. Stinking brat, whose father are you? Although he was scolding, Chunbai was really touched. Ling Xiao clearly knew that he was surrounded by strong enemies, yet he still dared to come and save him. Just based on this point alone, he felt that he had not accepted this disciple in vain. Master, don't worry. Since I'm here, I'm not here to throw away my life. Hold on for now. I'll go help you after I take care of these trash. Ling Xiao's smile was bright and determined, even if the enemy was incomparably powerful, even if there was a possibility of death. But dying to save his master was worth it. Moreover, he might not necessarily die. 4 experts, riding the fierce black tortoise demonic beast, arrived in front of Ling Xiao. They looked down at Ling Xiao from above. Indifference, disdain. Behind them was Chun Bai, who was fighting with his life on the line. Perhaps it was because of Ling Xiao's arrival that Chun Bai, who was originally somewhat exhausted, burst out with the potential in his body. He actually once again fought with the Thunder Monarch and the Thunder Reverend. Ling Xiao looked at Chun Bai and calculated in his heart, the key to this battle should be master. As long as his body recovers to 70 to 80% of its original strength, he can turn defeat into victory. Therefore, the most important step was to give the detoxification pill and the blood spirit pill to Chun Bai as soon as possible. Ling Xiao took out the Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Behind him, the blood-red sword martial spirit released a resplendent killing intent. He walked forward and looked coldly at the four experts. "Get out of the way, and I won't kill you." Is he joking? But this joke is not funny at all. A boorish man who was more than 2 meters tall and had a strong body like a small giant let out a cold laugh. The four of them were all wearing blue armor. However, they did not wear helmets. It seemed that they did not like the feeling of their heads being covered. The guy who spoke had a small braid on his head. He had dark skin and strange tattoos on his face. One look, and one could tell that he was an extremely vicious person. Ba Lui, he is the person who killed General Purple Thunder. You must not underestimate him. Another person reminded, General Purple Thunder, if we were to fight for the position of general, how could he have a share? Ba Lui sneered disdainfully. Then he jumped down from the black tortoise and walked towards Ling Xiao. "Kid, I'm afraid you don't know who we are, right? If the four of us were in Thunder City at that time, you definitely wouldn't have had the chance to run amok." Ba Lui looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with dense killing intent. He seemed to be somewhat disdainful of Ling Xiao, but at the same time, he hated him so much that his teeth itched. "Are you an idiot? How would I know about a bunch of nobodies like you?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he continued walking forward. He was looking for an opportunity to get close to Chun Bai. "You dare to scold us?" Ba Lui roared like a wild beast. He said angrily, "You will soon know how stupid it is to scold us. The Chun Nation has the Heavenly Thunder Legion. However, the elites of the Heavenly Thunder Legion are known as the Divine Thunder Guards. We are the most elite genius experts of the various great clans. We are the strongest group of people in the Chun Nation. You should be proud that you are lucky enough to have us deal with you. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death. Also, let me tell you something interesting. Only the weakest of the Divine Thunder Guards will be appointed as the commander of the Heavenly Thunder Legion. Therefore, killing General Purple Thunder is actually not a big deal." Damn, the Chun Nation's royal family indeed has deep foundations. No wonder they were able to dominate this continent for so many years without being destroyed. I underestimated them in the past. Although Ling Xiao's expression was still full of disdain, he was actually quite surprised. The Chun Nation actually had existences like the Divine Thunder Guards. In addition to the 5 old ancestors, if the dragon cult lost Chun Bai, it would really be destroyed. That idiot phoenix in the cloud actually poisoned Chun Bai? Did this idiot know the consequences of Chun Bai's death? Divine Thunder Guards? I've never heard of them. Are they a group of people who only know how to boast? Ling Xiao continued to provoke the other party. When one was angry, it was very difficult to think calmly. In this way, he would have a chance to achieve his goal. "You are really too annoying. You caused a ruckus in Thunder City. You destroyed the 3 great clans of the Chun Nation. What a good thing you did. Today, I will let you suffer the most painful attack and then die. Otherwise, it will be difficult to dispel the hatred in my heart." Bari's weapon was a huge spiked club. This spiked club was also a divine grade spiritual artifact. However, compared to Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder Imperial Sword, it was naturally much weaker. However, at this cultivation level, a divine-grade spiritual artifact was already considered an excellent weapon. After all, martial artists who possessed Emperor artifacts were only a minority of the minority. After taking out his weapon, Barui also released his martial soul. Although he looked down on Ling Xiao, he still released his powerful martial soul after being reminded by his companions. His martial soul was a tool, martial soul, a spiked club. Chapter 2760. Roar. Barui let out a beast-like roar. His eyes were wide open. Then he bent his legs, and his muscles suddenly expanded. In the end, his entire body seemed to have catapulted into the air, soaring more than 10 meters into the air. He waved his mace with both hands and smashed it down like a mountain. There was the sound of wind and thunder in the air. An opportunity. At this moment, the other three people's eyes were on Barui. They wanted to see how Barui would smash the young man in front of them. On the other side, the Thunder Monarch, the Thunder Seigneur, and the others were all focused on Chunbai. They didn't know if it was the final radiance of the setting sun, but Chunbai's current mental state seemed to be even better than the first day. He had already killed many of their experts. They didn't dare to be careless. At this moment, Ling Xiao moved. Demonic Dragon Phantom. This was Ling Xiao's first time using the Demonic Dragon Phantom. From Barui's point of view, Ling Xiao had disappeared before his eyes in an instant. When he looked for this person again, he found that Ling Xiao had appeared behind the four of them. He appeared closest to Chunbai. Master, catch! They were only 3 meters away. Ling Xiao flicked 2 pills. Chunbai didn't catch them with his hands. Instead, he opened his mouth and let the pills enter. Ha ha ha, well done! Chunbai was already prepared to die, but before he died, he wanted to help Ling Xiao escape. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. The blood spirit pill and the detoxification pill worked at the same time. Chunbai was very shocked. The blood spirit pill was a precious pill that couldn't be bought in the Qin nation. He didn't know how Ling Xiao got his hands on it, but the effect of the pill really made him very excited. In just a moment, the injuries on his body had mostly healed. Even the physical strength and internal strength he had consumed had recovered. His combat strength had reached 60 to 70% of his peak, and he was still recovering. What a bunch of idiots! Why can't you even stop Ling Xiao? Seeing this, the Thunder Seigneur didn't know what Ling Xiao had given Chunbai, but he believed that it wasn't something ordinary. Just looking at Chunbai's aura gradually becoming stronger, it was obvious that it was something special. Damn you, I'll kill you! Baruch was furious. Ling Xiao actually delivered the medicinal pill to Chunbai right under his nose. He felt that this was looking down on him and mocking him. Furious, he jumped back onto the black tortoise and charged towards Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. When he was about 4 or 5 meters away from Ling Xiao, his body shot out. However, this time, he was attacking together with the black tortoise. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and thrust out his Blood Thunder Emperor sword. The poor black tortoise's body was pierced by the sword and fell to the ground. It rolled a few times before finally falling to the ground, no longer breathing. However, Ling Xiao wasn't happy because of this. Because Baruch's attack had arrived, he waved the Blood Thunder Emperor sword in his hand to block it. The moment the long sword and the mace collided, the sound of wind and thunder roared, and sparks flew everywhere. A terrifying force came from the mace, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Ling Xiao's legs sank into the ground. He felt a burning sensation coming from the web between his thumb and index finger. Damn it, such great strength! Ling Xiao cursed under his breath. He lifted his head and looked at Barui, who was still suppressing him. Baruch's cultivation was indeed stronger than General Purple Thunder's. However, he was only at the peak of Yin Realm Level 11 in the first rotation and only had 10% of his strength. However, this guy was born with great strength and was really hard to deal with because he had just killed the black tortoise. He didn't have time to circulate his strength. Therefore, he was naturally at a disadvantage. In addition, the ground under his feet was soft, so his legs sank into the ground. However, Baruch obviously didn't know this. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was simply inferior to him. Humph, you can't even withstand a single blow. Baruch had already landed on the ground, but the muscles in his legs were still tense. The huge mace was still pressing down on Ling Xiao's Blood Thunder Emperor sword, and he kept letting the Blood Thunder Emperor sword get closer to Ling Xiao's face. If this continued, Ling Xiao would probably be killed by his Blood Thunder Emperor sword. Baruch looked down at Ling Xiao with disdain. His face and eyes were full of ridicule and disdain. Idiot! You couldn't kill me in one blow, so you lost your chance. Following Ling Xiao's words, Baruch was horrified to find that the Blood Thunder Emperor sword suddenly released a terrifying force that even he couldn't resist. Bang! Although Baruch wanted to continue suppressing, his mace was still sent flying. Ling Xiao's strength had actually surpassed his. Baruch felt that something was wrong. When he was about to retreat, a cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's left hand. It was one of the 8 immortal swords, which directly pierced towards Baruch's throat. Fast. Too fast. As fast as lightning. In addition, Baruch's mace had just been sent flying. His body was also leaning backward, so his legs couldn't exert any strength. The only thing he could do was to block with his arms in front of his body to protect his vital parts. Unfortunately, the sharp blade actually passed through the gap between his arms and pierced his throat. In that instant, Baruch's movements became stiff. His arms were still in a defensive posture. Ling Xiao had already pulled out the long sword that pierced Baruch's throat and stood proudly on the ground. Blood was still dripping from the 8 immortal swords. From beginning to end, Ling Xiao didn't even use any martial skills. He completely relied on his body's reaction. Taking advantage of that idiot Baruch, thinking that he was suppressing him, he counterattacked and killed Baruch with a sword. Baruch's defeat was due to his overconfidence in his own strength. The moment his strength was suppressed by Ling Xiao, he was completely disoriented. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. At the end of Baruch's life, he left behind an unreconciled roar. Of course, he couldn't accept this. In terms of true strength, he might not lose to Ling Xiao by much. But the problem was that he was too stupid and too careless. Ling Xiao used this sword to teach him a lesson. Unfortunately, even if he understood why he would die, it was already too late. Once a person died, there was nothing left. Death was the end. As long as a person was alive, there was still the possibility of a reversal. But once a person died, there was nothing left. Baruch. The remaining 3 people almost exploded with terrifying roars at the same time. Their eyes were bone-chillingly cold and even carried a bit of madness. Baruyi was their teammate. The 4 of them formed a small team, causing countless enemies of the Qin state to tremble in fear upon hearing their name. They had never failed. But today, Baruch had been killed by a young man. You bastard! You actually killed Baruch. The leader's voice carried a bit of madness, and, of course, a trace of fear. He was well aware of Barui's strength. Chapter 2761. So what if I killed him? What are you going to do about it? Ling Xiao looked at the 4 of them with contempt and said, You want to kill me, so I'll naturally kill you too. On the battlefield, it's either you die or I die. Damn it! The captain let out a low roar. From the looks of it, he really wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. But he didn't plan to be impulsive like Ba Lui. He glanced at the other 2 and said, Let's do it together." "Yes." The other two nodded their heads. Ling Xiao easily killed Ba Lui, which gave them a very terrifying feeling. If the three of them didn't join forces, they really didn't know if they could win. 3 people, 3 Xian turtle beasts, 3 directions. When they released their auras at the same time, the powerful momentum almost made Ling Xiao breathless. They were all at the peak of the 11th level of the Yinyang realm, and each of them was stronger than Ba Lui. The captain had 30% energy level. The other two had 20% energy level. The Divine Thunder Guards are indeed worthy of being called the Divine Thunder Guards. Fortunately, these 4 people didn't make a move at that time. Otherwise, I might not have survived in Thunder City. Although they were enemies, Ling Xiao had to admit that they were stronger than he imagined. He took a deep breath. He put away the 8 immortal swords and the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. The Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword appeared in his right and left hands at the same time. As mortal Great Emperor weapons, the power of these 2 swords was naturally more terrifying than the Blood Thunder Imperial Sword. At the same time, he entered the beast soul transformation state of the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon. After absorbing the power of the Earth Dragon beasts in the Colosseum, the Tyrant Blood Demonic Dragon's beast soul grade increased. Now, it was very beneficial to Ling Xiao. The moment the transformation was completed, he could clearly feel that his combat strength had skyrocketed. 3 pieces of trash. If it was a few days ago, you might be able to make me afraid. But today, you can only come to die. The Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword erupted with terrifying sword chi. He opened his Tai Chi eye and accurately captured everything around him. Even the flow of air and the types of elements were clearly grasped by him. This way, he would be able to perfectly display his martial skills. Although he looked down on the other party verbally. However, facing these 3 people, Ling Xiao did not have the slightest intention of underestimating them. Strategically looking down on the enemy, tactically valuing the enemy, this was the battle strategy that Ling Xiao had always followed. A strong fighting spirit gushed out of his body. A terrifying killing intent gushed out from his 2 swords. Not only did he have a sword martial spirit, but he also had a sword martial spirit behind him. There were even 2 more illusory figures. On one side was the pitch-black sword demon. On the other was the powerful Black Immortal. Ling Xiao's shadow sword demon had been upgraded to the transformative realm through continuous battles. Its power was terrifying beyond compare. As for the advent of the Black Deity, after so many cruel battles, it had already reached the great perfection stage. Its power was much stronger than the dark sword demon of the transcendent stage. When these 2 moves were executed by 2 common Great Emperor weapons, their might was even more terrifying. At that moment, the surrounding black gas lingered, and the earth seemed to tremble. Ling Xiao held 2 swords in his hands, looking like a god of death. Even when facing 3 first transformation Yin-Yang realm level 11 martial artists, he was still full of confidence. The path of martial arts was to overcome all difficulties and always maintain confidence. Without confidence, inner demons would form, and one would lose determination and willpower. Confidence was something that could never be lacking, even when facing an enemy several times stronger than oneself. In a situation where there was no way to retreat, one had to maintain absolute confidence and fighting spirit. Fight against the heavens. Fight against the earth. Fight against a tragic fate. Don't believe in fate. Don't believe in evil. Even if one knew that one would die, one would still maintain confidence. Only then could there be a miracle, or even a miracle. In the end, one would become a truly powerful martial artist, one that could dominate the entire mystic world. His powerful fighting spirit had already made his opponents tremble. When facing an evil beast, if you were strong, it would be weak. If you were fearless, it would be fearful. Originally, the three of them had a trace of fear and wariness towards Ling Xiao. Now, facing Ling Xiao's strong confidence, they were filled with the will to win. This trace of fear had already started to take root and grow stronger. They knew that they had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, if this continued, they might all be defeated before the battle even started. Go! The captain roared. The three of them suddenly jumped up from the black tortoise and pounced towards Ling Xiao almost at the same time. They wanted to use the battle to alleviate the fear in their hearts. They wanted to use the battle to resist Ling Xiao's will to win. Facing the attacks of the three, Ling Xiao did not retreat, nor did he run away. On the two swords, the sword moves had already been condensed. He stepped forward and displayed the demonic dragon phantom again. His figure floated and instantly disappeared in front of the three of them. However, that powerful and vast fighting spirit still permeated the entire space. Not good. The three of them suddenly realized that they had overlooked Ling Xiao's movement technique. They did not know what level this strange movement technique was at. It was actually so terrifying. When it was displayed, they could not even see it. Don't panic. No matter how powerful the movement technique is, the moment you attack, you will definitely expose yourself. Look for the opportunity. The captain was indeed the captain. At this time, he could still maintain a little bit of calmness. Even so, the three of them still felt a great threat. It was as if they were being stared at by a beast hiding in the dark. That kind of feeling made their hair stand on end. Shadow Sword Demon. Advent of the Black Immortal. Suddenly, Ling Xiao's figure was exposed. At the same time, the insufferably powerful sword intent was also released. The moment he appeared, blood flew in the sky and sprinkled on the ground. Easy for you to say. Block my ass. A sorrowful and angry roar came from the mouth of a divine thunder guard. Then he lost all signs of life, and his body was thrown 4 or 5 meters away. Captain, run! The other divine thunder guard could only let out a terrifying cry before his body was split into 2 halves. The 2 of them died under Ling Xiao's 2 swords almost at the same time. You're the only one left. Ling Xiao turned his head and looked at the trembling captain with a sinister smile. He had already said that as long as it was a martial artist below the 12th level of hell, he would not be afraid. Moreover, mastering the demonic dragon's phantom gave him an absolute advantage. Although the demonic dragon's phantom was not as fast as the vertical golden light technique, it was more concealed and could be used repeatedly. It was really good to be able to learn the demonic dragon's phantom so early. On the other side, Chunbai also noticed this during the battle. He could not help but feel surprised. This kid is really a freak. Others can't master the movement technique in more than a month, but he only used a few days to master it. Moreover, it seems that the demonic dragon's phantom movement technique is about to advance to the proficient level. What a terrifying talent. Chapter 2762. If you can't kill Ling Xiao, you don't need to go back alive. The Thunder Monarch's cold voice rang out. The captain of the divine Thunder Guard's expression changed from fear to madness. Bastard. Of the 4 divine Thunder Guards, he was the only one left. However, he had no choice but to attack. Taking advantage of the fact that Ling Xiao had just killed his 2 companions, he roared and slashed down with the long blade in his hand. Ling Xiao was aware of everything on the battlefield. Seeing the enemy attack, he only smiled coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced and attacked. Demonic Dragon Phantom. Mastery, breakthrough. After using it continuously, the demonic dragon phantom miraculously increased to mastery. From Ling Zhao's point of view, this usage also required skill. Only by successfully using it consecutively would the experience gain be more, and the improvement of the fire would also be faster. If he used it 100 times and failed every time, although he would still gain experience, it would be too little. However, Ling Xiao had only used it 2 or 3 times today, but he had succeeded every time. Hence, his experience had skyrocketed. The demonic dragon phantom at mastery was faster and more unpredictable than the demonic dragon phantom at minor mastery. The captain of the Divine Thunder Guards jumped in midair, but Ling Zhao's twin swords cut off his head like scissors. The sturdy corpse fell to the ground. He died on the spot. A bunch of trash. Second brother, go and kill that brat. The Thunder Monarch's cold and angry voice rang out again. The Thunder Monarch nodded. His figure flashed as he pounced toward Ling Xiao. Chun Bai wanted to stop him, but he was blocked by the Thunder Monarch. The Thunder Monarch's focus had changed. He wanted Ling Xiao dead. On the other hand, it didn't matter even if Chun Bai escaped alive. No matter how powerful Chun Bai was, he had already reached his peak. However, Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao improved too quickly. If he wasn't dealt with quickly, he would definitely become a disaster. Ling Xiao saw the Thunder Monarch. He even used the demonic dragon phantom, but he still couldn't avoid the Thunder Seigneur's tyrannical punch. At the critical moment, he used his 2 swords to block in front of him. That terrifying fist carried the overbearing power of thunder and lightning as it smashed onto his 2 swords. Then he was blasted away. Although he managed to block the punch, he could feel that his internal organs had been injured and blood spurted out of his mouth. First revolution, Yin Yang realm, 12 levels of hell. There was no mistaking it. The moment the 2 of them came into contact, Ling Xiao could feel the true cultivation of the Thunder Seigneur. That was the early stage of the first transition's 12 levels of hell. Although he was only at the early stage and wasn't as strong as Chen Sangxiong, this old thing's skills were much more profound than Chen Sangxiong's. It seemed that Chen Sangxiong's cultivation had increased too quickly, but his accumulation was not enough. Brat, I don't care what you were like in the past, but you killed 2 of my nephews and my younger brother, General Violet Thunder. Today, you've killed 4 of my Divine Thunder Guards. I can't let you continue to run wild. As he spoke, the Thunder Reverend didn't stop attacking. His body continued to rush forward as his Thunder martial spirit flickered behind him. His entire body was bathed in lightning. This Thunder martial spirit was much more powerful than the top-level Thunder battle body. As he moved forward, he threw out another punch, which was as powerful as a thunderbolt. Boom! Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he didn't try to dodge it. Instead, he focused all his energy on blocking it. However, even if he used all his strength, he still couldn't completely block the Thunder Reverend's terrifying punch. This punch pushed him back again and aggravated his internal injuries. He felt a little dizzy. Damn it, an expert is indeed an expert. Once he made a move, it was impossible to guard against. Do I have to use that move again? Ling Xiao was unwilling to give up. The bloody rat could greatly increase his strength, and with the help of the butterfly lady's soul, he could definitely defeat the Thunder Reverend. However, when he thought of the side effects, he didn't want to use it. Otherwise, wouldn't all these days of cultivation be wasted? Ling Xiao, I want you dead. You must die. The Thunder Reverend's killing intent soared, and his battle intent spread. He kept pressing on Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to counterattack. You want me to die? I won't die. Today, even if I don't use the bloody rat, I'll still beat you. Ling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the demonic dragon phantom under his feet became more skillful. Although he was repeatedly injured and completely suppressed by the Thunder Reverend, However, his battle intent didn't disappear because of this. He was still confident. So what if you're at the early stage of the 12th level of hell? I'm not afraid. Every cell in his body was roaring. The potential in his body seemed to have been stimulated and began to be released crazily, pouring into his martial veins and the hell in his body. At that moment, Ling Zhao's beast, Soul Dharma Laksana, appeared behind him. Not only that, he also activated the Sky Tyrant Martial Spirit, Sky Dragon Power, Divine Phoenix Power, White Tiger Power. 3 types of terrifying, overbearing power surged into his body and into his 2 swords. Sword Chi soared in the entire space, whistling as if it had gone crazy. It was filled with a murderous and domineering aura. Seeing this, even the Thunder Reverend frowned slightly. Ling Xiao was still able to produce such a terrifying battle intent at this time. His strength could also increase by such a terrifying amount. How strong was this guy's true strength? Boom! An even more shocking scene took place in front of the Thunder Reverend. Under the Thunder Reverend's constant suppression and attacks, Ling Xiao didn't fall. Instead, the shackles of his cultivation were broken by the crazily surging potential. His cultivation had broken through again. He had reached the peak of the 11th level of hell in the Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, his strength was still increasing. 10% of his energy, 20% of his energy. It increased until it reached 100% of his energy, then gradually stopped, although he couldn't break through the 12th level of hell. At this moment, Ling Zhao's combat strength had increased by dozens of times. It was impossible for the Thunder Reverend to completely suppress him, and Ling Xiao still had a killing blow that he hadn't used. He removed the Black Immortal Sword and the Black Demon Sword and took out the Blood Thunder Emperor Sword. Holding the long sword with both hands, the sword martial spirit behind him roared crazily. Boom! The terrifying sword Qi forced the Thunder Reverend to retreat. Ling Xiao finally stood firm. Black Qi kept gushing out of his body. The sword in his hand seemed to have a fatal power. Anyone who looked at it would feel that their life was in danger. The Thunder Reverend felt more and more uneasy. He squinted his eyes slightly. He didn't understand why Ling Xiao was in such a dangerous situation. Even he could feel the threat of death. But he knew that his feeling wasn't wrong. That guy seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. No, it should be said that heaven and earth were under his control. That kind of sword intent made people tremble. Damn guy, are you a human or a demon? The Thunder Reverend was confused, facing this fearless, always confident, overbearing young man. He felt that he was in danger. For the first time, he felt how small he was. Kill. Ling Xiao didn't answer the Thunder Reverend. Chapter 2763. Ling Zhao's move was the last move of the shadow martial art he had just comprehended. It was also the most powerful martial art in the entire Qin state. Third Heaven Immortal Grade martial art move, Demon Immortal Sword Shadow. When this sword stabbed out, the entire world was filled with murderous sword energy, as if everything was about to be destroyed. Boom! A human figure formed from blue lightning appeared on the surface of the lightning seigneur's body. Facing Ling Xiao at this moment, the lightning seigneur did not dare to be careless. Not only did he use his thunder and lightning martial soul, but he also fused it with his body. He used the most domineering thunder god Dharma idol. Then, the gigantic hand that was as big as a mountain slammed towards Ling Xiao. It wanted to completely shatter Ling Zhao's sword intent. He wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death in this desert. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The earth rumbled. A terrifying energy storm swept up between the two. For a moment, sand and stones flew, and weeds and trees were uprooted. The scene was even more terrifying than the battle between the Thunder Emperor and Chunbai. Boom! A terrifying explosion exploded in the center of this energy storm. This time, Ling Xiao did not retreat. The Lightning Seigneur did not retreat either. Ling Xiao used almost all of his power except for the Bloody Rat and the Butterfly Lady's soul, but he was only tied with the Lightning Seigneur. However, this was not the end, and this was just the beginning. Crack! The Lightning Seigneur was surprised to find that a crack had appeared on his Thunder God Dharma idol. That pitch-black sword shadow finally pierced his defense, although it was only a needle-like sword energy. This sword energy actually pierced the Lightning Seigneur's hand. Blood dripped, and the Lightning Seigneur's hand was directly pierced. This is impossible. The Lightning Seigneur was furious, but also panicked. For the first time, he was actually injured when facing Ling Xiao. Although Ling Xiao seemed to be more seriously injured than him once something perfect was pierced. Then it would no longer be perfect. It would be easier to lose control. The Thunder Seigneur's fighting spirit began to waver, and his aura became unstable. However, Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was still high. In fact, it was even stronger than before. The more he fought, the braver and more fearless he became. When enemies meet on a narrow path, the courageous one wins. When the combat power of two people was infinitely close, spiritual power was the key to victory. Ling Xiao was fearless. Fearless. Even selflessness. He had cast aside his own life and death, and only victory was in his mind. That was why he was so powerful. Suppressing the enemy. Suppress the Thunder Seigneur. You lost. Ling Xiao's cold voice overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Although the Thunder Seigneur was only slightly injured, this injury was not even worth mentioning when compared to Ling Xiao's. However, Ling Xiao said that the Thunder Seigneur had lost. You're spouting nonsense. Die. The Lightning Seigneur roared and slapped down with his other hand. It was still incomparably powerful. It was still rumbling with thunder. It was still like a terrifying mountain that wanted to crush everything under its palm. However, on Ling Xiao's face, there was a victorious smile. His sword also moved. The demon fairy sword shadow was released again. The black sword shadow flew through the void. Blood suddenly gushed out like a fountain. The Thunder Seigneur's scream went straight to the sky in the wilderness. A huge fat palm fell on the ground. It made a huge roar. No, no, my hand, my hand. The Thunder Seigneur stared blankly at his right hand that was cut off. A shrill scream came out of his mouth as if it did not belong to him. He did not believe that he would be hurt. He did not believe that his hand would be cut off by Ling Xiao. All of this was just like a dream. He had already used the strongest Thunder God Dharma, Laksana. Warriors with lower cultivation than him could not break his defense at all. Facing Ling Xiao, he should be invincible. Why? Why was this? The Thunder Seigneur did not understand. Die. A low voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. He stabbed the blood Thunder Emperor sword in his hand again. The Thunder Seigneur, who was shocked by the injury on his hand, was shocked by this sword. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Ling Xiao, who had used the demon dragon phantom, sword light was like lightning. It pierced the Thunder Seigneur's throat. The Thunder Seigneur, the dignified president of the Arcana Academy, was hit by Ling Xiao's fatal attack in the wilderness in an unknown place. His fat body, which was like a huge ball, fell to the ground with a loud bang. This scene caused the air to freeze in an instant. The Thunder Seigneur and the experts from the Chen Nation all looked extremely shocked. The Thunder Seigneur was killed by Ling Xiao. The Thunder Seigneur, who had received the teachings of the 5 elders and achieved a great breakthrough in cultivation, died in the hands of a young man just like that. I want you dead." The Thunder Seigneur roared. He ignored Chen Bai and rushed toward Ling Xiao crazily. He was too fast. By the time Chen Bai reacted and fell behind, the Thunder Seigneur's sword had already pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, at the same time, Chen Bai's sword also pierced through the Thunder Seigneur's body. Ling Xiao, ignoring whether the Thunder Seigneur was killed by him, Chen Bai only wanted to see how Ling Xiao was doing. He kicked away the heavily injured Thunder Seigneur, carried Ling Xiao in his arms, and fled into the distance. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying aura came from afar. "Oh no, it's one of those old guys." Chen Bai looked at Ling Xiao in his arms. He was still breathing, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Blood spirit pill. Ling Xiao felt as if his life was slipping away, and he had almost lost consciousness. The moment before he fainted, Xiao Chen took out 2 blood spirit pills from his storage ring and gave them to Chen Bai. Without even thinking, Chen Bai stuffed the 2 blood spirit pills into Ling Xiao's mouth. Then, Xiao Chen looked around and found a secluded place to hide Ling Xiao. The Chen nation's old fogey had caught up. Xiao Chen could not escape with Ling Xiao. Right now, the only thing he could do was lure that old fogey away. If he was lucky, Ling Xiao would be able to avoid this calamity. 2 young girls and an old man were picking herbs on a steep mountain wall. They all carried bamboo baskets on their backs. Their movements were as nimble as those of spirit apes. It was as if the steep mountain wall was flat ground. "Hee, elder sister, there is a cave here. There might be treasures inside." One of them, a young girl in a green robe, giggled and stepped into a cave in the air. At this moment, a scream came from inside the cave. The old man and the other young girl in red jumped in fright. They hurriedly entered the cave, wanting to find out what was going on. "What's wrong, Alan?" the young girl in red asked as soon as she entered the cave. "Elder sister, look, there is a dead man." Alan pointed in horror at the dead man lying on the ground not far away. This person was covered in blood and wore the dragon cult's uniform. His face was pale and bloodless. His body was motionless. He is not dead. Chapter 2764. The old man noticed that Ling Xiao's abdomen had been pierced, so he said, "Only the wound in his abdomen is too serious. It hasn't completely healed, but the bleeding has already stopped. From the looks of it, he must have eaten a healing pill after being seriously injured. That's why he survived. It's just that he might have fainted from the exhaustion." "Grandpa, this is someone from the dragon cult, right? Our Huyen family has always received favors from the dragon cult. We can't just leave him in the lurch." Huyen Lan reminded. "Lan, don't have such thoughts. It's true that the dragon cult has helped us, but they are still a cult. If the Chun country's royal family finds out that we saved such a person, it will definitely be disadvantageous to us. Anyway, he's fine. Why don't we just let him wake up here? After he wakes up, he will naturally leave." The old man thought for a moment and said, "Grandpa is right. Lan, we've already done our best by not sending him to the authorities." The red-clothed girl, Huyen Hong, nodded. "No, Grandpa, you've always taught us to be grateful. There are many demonic beasts here. It's fine during the day, but if he doesn't wake up at night, he might be eaten by demonic beasts. Besides, you should have noticed that this person's cultivation is very weak. He doesn't even seem to be in the yin-yang realm. If he really encounters danger, he won't be able to leave alive." Huyen Lan was very stubborn. "Forget it. Then let's take him away. However, we have to change his clothes to avoid trouble." The old man sighed. He couldn't possibly disobey the principles he had told his granddaughter. Otherwise, his granddaughter would be too disappointed. Besides, the dragon cult had treated them well. They really couldn't be ungrateful. Grandpa, you're spoiling Lon. Be careful not to invite a wolf into the house. Hu Yanhong glanced at Ling Xiao with vigilance. His cultivation isn't strong. If he really is a wolf, we can kill him. So, there's no need to worry. Listen to me. The old man made the final decision. Although Hu Yanhong was unhappy, she still reluctantly accepted it. The three of them first went to purchase medicinal herbs. Then, they brought Ling Xiao out of the cave. They placed him on a mule cart and pulled him back home. Grandpa, this youth is really handsome. I wonder if he has a woman he loves. Hu Yanlan held her cheeks with both hands as she looked curiously at the still unconscious Ling Xiao. Little girl, could it be that your heart is rippling with love? But don't forget the rules of our Huyan clan. The husband can't be weaker than the wife. Lan, although you don't have much talent, your cultivation has reached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 9th level of hell. This person isn't even in the Yin-Yang realm. They're not a good match. Huyan Hong Lan. I know, but I really don't like that kind of rule. Big sister, you like heroes and heroines, and I like them too. But marriage is different. As long as he loves me and dotes on me, I don't care if he is stronger than me. Hu Yanlan pouted and said, Child, you're too naive. The old man driving the cart sighed. This is the mystic world. It's the world of martial artists. Only a strong man can protect his wife. If you marry him, not only will you harm yourself, you'll also harm him. With your beauty, even if you're not devastatingly beautiful, you'll still attract many men. At that time, he'll be miserable. Hearing the old man's words, Hu Yanlan went silent. Although she was naive, her grandfather's words were very clear. She also heard it clearly. Lan, if we're going to marry, we should marry someone like Tuoba Yunfan. Hu Yanhong suddenly said with a red face. But wasn't Tuoba Yunfan just bestowed a marriage by the dragon cult? I heard that the girl's cultivation has already reached the peak of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level. She's simply a genius. Hu Yanlan looked at her sister and said, Sis, you're not planning to become Tuoba Yunfan's concubine, right? So what? Only a young hero like Tuoba Yunfan is worthy of our love. Unlike this trash in front of us, how can he compare to young Master Tuoba? Hu Yanhong seemed to be fantasizing about a beautiful future. For a moment, she was infatuated. Sis, he seems to have woken up. Hu Yanlan found it hard to understand her sister's thoughts. Therefore, she didn't intend to understand. She stared at the youth lying in the carriage. Suddenly, the youth's eyelids moved. She shouted. Hu Yanhong suddenly took out her sword and placed it on the youth's neck. Then, he saw a pair of eyes that were deep enough to suck him in. Those eyes didn't seem to belong to a human, but to a god. They belonged to a devil. Hu Yanhong was startled, and the weapon in her hand fell to the ground. Actually, Ling Xiao had already woken up. When the three people carried him to the carriage, he had already woken up. However, he didn't know if they were friends or foes. Therefore, he pretended to be unconscious. After listening to the conversation between the three of them, he had a rough idea of their identities. They were just an ordinary martial artist family in the state of Chen. Moreover, they were willing to save him because of the dragon cult's kindness. Miss, why are you pointing a weapon at me? Seeing Hu Yanhong pick up the sword on the ground and pointed at him again, Ling Xiao asked indifferently, Who are you? Why are you wearing the dragon cult's clothes? Why would it appear in this place? Hu Yanhong asked very seriously, Miss, can you put away the sword in your hand first? I will naturally say what needs to be said. Ling Xiao said with a frown. Although he was grateful to these three people for saving him from the cave, it didn't feel good to have a sword pointed at him. No, you answer first, Hu Yanhong said, unyieldingly. Ling Xiao sighed. He didn't intend to make a move. He didn't know why, but after being seriously injured, he found that he had entered a very strange state. His current cultivation should still be at the peak of the 11th level of the yin-yang realm. It didn't decrease. It didn't increase. However, the strange thing was that even if he didn't deliberately hide his cultivation, the cultivation he showed was still a pitiful half-step yin-yang realm. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't figure out why. He could only explain it as some mechanism in his body thinking that he shouldn't reveal such a powerful cultivation. Only a harmless half-step yin-yang realm cultivator could be ignored by others and not set up. Since he couldn't figure it out, he didn't want to think about it. In any case, his true cultivation hadn't decreased. That was enough. I shouldn't make a fuss about it. After all, Chen Bai's life and death were unknown. It would be easier to investigate if he kept a low profile. This thought flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. He slowly sat up and looked at Huyen Hong and Huyen Lan. My name is Tuobaling, and I am indeed a disciple of the dragon cult. However, I was injured by an expert of the Qin Kingdom's royal family. I was heavily injured and fled to that cave. The surname Tuoba was mentioned by Huyen Lan and Huyen Hong when they were conversing. Chapter 2765. Ling Xiao did not dare to use his real name. Who knows if there are any experts from the Qin country's royal family here? If he was targeted, it would be troublesome. You are from the Tuoba family? Huyen Hong, who was originally cold, suddenly asked in surprise. She even put away the sword in her hand. It can be seen that she loves the house and its crows. Because she likes Tuoba Yunfan, she treats the Tuoba family very well. I only remember my name. Ling Xiao began to pretend to have amnesia. Although this is simple and crude, it can easily explain a lot of things. Otherwise, if others asked him about his background, it would be hard for him to answer. Huyen Hong frowned and said, Humph, I think it's just the same surname. The Tuoba family should not have someone as weak as you. You don't deserve to have this surname. Miss, you must be joking. I have always had this surname. Do you want me to change my surname? Ling Xiao ridiculed. He does not have a good impression of this Huyen Hong. If not for Huyen Lan's persuasion, he would have been thrown into a cave to wait for death. You dare to ridicule me? Don't blame me for being direct. With your current cultivation, you are simply trash. Even if you are from the Tuoba family, you are probably just a lowly servant. Huyen Hong's words are very impolite. Ling Xiao sighed. Although this woman's words are unpleasant, he has to admit one fact. In the mystic world, without strength, one is trash. Ordinary people in this world are not qualified to enjoy equal rights. Even if they are alive, they will be spurned and despised. So what if you are handsome and beautiful? It will only make your life worse. You might even be sent to a brothel to be a male prostitute. Of course, those with a good heart, although they look down on you, they will not be so obvious. For example, the naive and cute Huyen Lan is like this. Although she thinks that Ling Xiao is handsome, without strength, he is just a pretty vase. Naturally, she does not like him. This is normal. However, some people are intolerable. They will directly show their contempt and disdain for you, as if you are a pile of dirty shit, and they cannot wait to get away from you. Huyen Hong was such a person. Scram. Trash like you will only dirty our mule cart. Huyen Hong's words were even more excessive. She didn't want to spend another second with Ling Xiao. Sis, I don't think that's a good idea. He might have become weaker because he was injured, Lan hurriedly said. Besides, it won't be too late to let him go after his injuries have healed. Just think of it as saving a puppy. Puppy? Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. although he knew that Hu Yanlan did not have any malicious intent in her words. If he were to reveal his true cultivation, then he would definitely be able to escape. Would Hu Yanlan dare to speak to him like this? Did she really think of him as a pet? Perhaps this was what it meant to be bullied by dogs. Forget it, I'd better leave. I'm a man after all, and I'm not used to being raised like a puppy. Ling Xiao was now able to move. Moreover, most of his injuries had recovered. As long as he didn't meet an opponent that was too strong, he should be able to handle it. He still had to find Chen Bai, so he didn't have time to play with the two little girls. I'm sorry, I said the wrong thing. Hu Yanlan said, embarrassedly. Lan, you don't have to apologize to him. Treating him as a pet dog is already overestimating him. Our family's pet dog eats better food than the servants. He's just a servant of the Tuoba family. I'm afraid he hasn't even eaten the food of a pet dog. Hu Yanhong said, loudly, Ahong, shut up. Suddenly, the old man who was driving the cart shouted, he's a disciple of the dragon cult after all. He's our benefactor. You can't humiliate him like this. Perhaps Hu Yanhong didn't know that it was this old man's words and Hu Yanlan's performance that allowed her to luckily save her life. In that instant, Ling Xiao had already released his killing intent. Young hero, this old man's two granddaughters are too young and ignorant. If they have offended you in any way, this old man will apologize to you on their behalf. This old man was a shrewd person. He had just caught a glimpse of Ling Xiao's terrifying killing intent. At that moment, he was almost unable to move. From that moment, he understood that this young man was definitely not a half-step Yin-Yang realm martial artist, but an absolute expert who could easily kill the three of them. Forget it. The ignorant are innocent. Moreover, you helped me. I won't bite the hand that feeds me. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Grandfather, why are you so polite to this trash? Hu Yanhong didn't know what the old man was thinking and continued to speak recklessly. Pa! A loud slap sounded in the carriage. The old man stopped the carriage and slapped his own granddaughter's face. Although this slap hurt his granddaughter a lot, the old man knew that this could save his granddaughter's life. Grandfather, what are you doing? Hu Yanhong's eyes were red. She never thought that her grandfather, who loved her and never scolded her, would actually hit her. Moreover, it was for an outsider. What am I doing? You're usually arrogant and willful, but today you're so disrespectful to this young hero. Grandfather won't forgive you. The old man was terrified. He didn't know Ling Xiao's temper. He didn't know if his actions could let Ling Xiao vent his anger. But he had to do it. All right, old man, there's no need to do this. But I have to remind you that your granddaughter is too arrogant. Today she met me. Because of your kindness, I won't do anything to her. But if she meets someone else, I'm afraid she won't have it easy. Ling Xiao said indifferently, Young hero, you're right. This old man will discipline them strictly in the future. The old man said hurriedly, By the way, I heard that the Tuoba family is going to marry a woman from the dragon cult. Do you know her name? Ling Xiao asked casually. Since she was from the dragon cult, he had to be concerned. I think she's called the Red Witch. I don't know her specific name, but everyone calls her that. Hu Yanlan said, Red Witch. Ling Xiao frowned. He had just left the demon dragon city for a day, and the Red Witch was already betrothed to the Tuoba family in this remote town. This was definitely not a coincidence. Perhaps the Red Witch was implicated because of the bestial battle arena. If that was the case, he would have to make a trip to the Tuoba family. If the Red Witch was willing, then he would naturally have to give her a generous gift. If she was forced, then as a friend, he couldn't just watch the Red Witch fall into the fire pit. Young hero, do you know this woman? The old man asked. We're friends, very good friends. Ling Xiao murmured. Stop bragging. The Red Witch's cultivation has already reached the peak of the 10th level of hell, while you're only at the half-step yin-yang realm. How could she be your friend? Ridiculous. Chapter 2766. Shut up. Hu Yanhong's reckless behavior infuriated her grandfather. With a furious roar, another slap landed on his face. Both of Hu Yanhong's cheeks were covered in red palm prints. Reckless girl, this young hero Ling's cultivation is much higher than yours. The only reason he didn't attack you is because we helped him. But you don't know your limits. Do you really think that the Tuoba family is the only one in this world? Stupid. You're so stupid. The old man didn't intend to say this, but his granddaughter's stupid behavior could lead to the destruction of their family. After all, the dragon cult was an evil cult. This was absolutely true. Every one of them was ruthless. If you offended him, it wouldn't be strange if he wanted to destroy your entire family. He felt that he hadn't taught such a stupid granddaughter well. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't see what the old man had done. He said indifferently, I want to go to the Tuoba family, but I don't know the way. I wonder if you can lead the way? Of course, of course. How about this? My 2 granddaughters are going to deliver a gift. Young hero, you can go with them. I'm old and can't walk so far. The old man suggested. Sure. Ling Xiao nodded. He only wanted someone to lead the way. It didn't matter who it was. Listen up, you two. Serve this young hero well along the way. Don't be careless. The old man looked at his 2 granddaughters and said, this old man actually had some improper thoughts in his heart. Ling Xiao was so young, and his strength was so strong that it made him afraid. In the dragon cult, he must be a person of noble status. Perhaps he was a legendary upper disciple. If one of his 2 granddaughters was lucky enough to catch his eye and be taken as a maid or even a concubine, then their family would be proud. The Tuoba family would definitely not dare to give them a hard time. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know the old man's dirty thoughts. There were only 2 things in his mind. One was how Chen Bai was doing. The other thing was why the Red Witch had married into such a remote place. I don't want to be with him. He's just a disgraceful piece of trash. Grandpa, what makes you think he's better than us? Perhaps all young people had rebellious thoughts, and Hu Yanhong was no exception. The more the old man hit her, the more unconvinced she felt. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe that I will marry you to that guy? The old man's face was as gloomy as a swamp. That guy. Hu Yanhong thought of that marriage partner of hers who was as fat as a pig and had some problems with his brain, and for a moment she lost her temper. Her grandfather treated her well and didn't force her to marry off. She didn't dare to make her grandfather angry again. Seeing that his granddaughter was no longer speaking, the old man was relieved. He was really afraid that his granddaughter would offend Ling Xiao with her rotten mouth. The mule cart continued to move forward. Hu Yanlan, who had been silent all this time, blinked her innocent eyes and asked, Little brother, are you really that strong? Yes, very strong. Ling Xiao looked at Hu Yanlan and sighed in his heart. If every girl was as innocent as this little girl, how good would that be? Hu Yanhong wanted to say something sarcastic, but when she thought of the possibility of being forced to marry a fool, she immediately lost her temper. On the other hand, Hu Yanlan chuckled and said, I believe that little brother is indeed very strong because a half-step yin-yang realm cultivator can't survive in this place for too long. When they arrived at the Huyan clan, Ling Xiao realized that this was not a small clan. At the very least, it was more powerful than the Ling clan of Yuhua Town. However, when he thought about it, the 2 granddaughters were both at the first revolution yin-yang realm, the 9th level of hell. This was not something that the Ling clan of Yu Hua Town could compare to. After eating a meal and packing up some congratulatory gifts, Ling Xiao, Hu Yanhong, and Hu Yanlan set off. They were accompanied by 2 bodyguards. These 2 guards were at the late stage of the first revolution Yin Yang realm, the 9th level of hell. Although they were not as strong as Hu Yanhong and were about the same strength as Hu Yanlan, the guards were still very powerful. Along the way, Hu Yanlan chatted with Ling Xiao. The rich and colorful experiences that Ling Xiao spoke of filled Hu Yanlan, who had never left this small town before, with curiosity. She listened happily. Humph, Alan, be careful. Don't be seduced by this hypocritical guy. Hu Yanhong did not like Ling Xiao very much. She believed that Ling Xiao was just bragging. Sis, I feel that you are prejudiced against little brother, Hu Yanlan said with a pout. Humph, Hu Yanhong coldly snorted and did not explain anything. Instead, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, I don't know how you made my grandfather trust you so much. I also don't know what goal you have in approaching us, but let me tell you, don't have any ideas about me and my sister. Our Huyen family will never follow a piece of trash to a faraway place. Also, after arriving at the Tuoba family, you better behave yourself. That is not a place where you can act rashly. You have to listen to everything I say. Ling Xiao indifferently glanced at Hu Yanhong and did not speak. Instead, he continued to chat with Hu Yanlan. Hu Yanhong was so angry that her teeth itched, but she did not dare to act rashly, because she knew that the 2 guards beside her were deliberately sent by her grandfather to keep an eye on her, lest she do something crazy. The rest of the journey was silent. In fact, the Huyen family was not far from the Tuoba family. It was just 2 towns separated by a few dozen kilometers. Therefore, they could naturally reach it within a day. However, this was under the condition that nothing troublesome happened. But along the way, they were in the wilderness. When they were more than 10 kilometers away from the Tuoba family, whistling sounds suddenly came from the hillsides on both sides. A black mass of people rushed down from the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded them. Although Hu Yanlan's strength was not weak, she was still a girl who had never gone out before. She shrank in the carriage and was so scared that her face turned pale. Ling Xiao gently grabbed her hand and said, Don't worry, I'm here. Nothing will happen. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Hu Yanlan, so no matter what happened, he would not let anything happen to Hu Yanlan. This group of bandits had about 200 people, for ferocious beasts walked out from the crowd. On top of the beasts, there were 4 men who were dressed completely different from the soldiers. They were more luxurious and special. They were probably the leaders of this group of bandits. The eyes of the 4 men were constantly sizing up Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan. There was a very evil aura in their eyes. It made Hu Yanlan and Hu Yanhong blush, and their hearts beat faster. It was as if the 2 of them were completely naked in front of these 4 men. 2 guards quickly blocked the left and right sides of the carriage. These guards were quite loyal. It seemed that they intended to protect the 2 masters with their lives. Chapter 27:67. Facing the sudden appearance of the bandits, Hu Yanhong was still calm. After all, she believed that her cultivation was not weak. However, being stared at like that made her uncomfortable. Are you a man or not? Why are you still sitting in the carriage? Suddenly, Hu Yanhong looked back at Ling Xiao, who was holding Hu Yanlan's hand, and angrily said, If I'm not a man, are you? Ling Xiao disdainfully sneered and said, I'm a waste. How would I dare to go out? Why don't you help us repel these bandits? His voice was full of sarcasm. Hu Yanhong was so angry that her face turned red. However, she couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. She bitterly stood up and took out her sword. In this situation, she could only fight head-on. Their carriage was just a flatbed cart. There was no cover on it, so it could be seen clearly from the outside. The bandits also saw Ling Xiao, but they also snorted disdainfully. They thought that he was just a pretty boy raised by Huyen Lan and ignored him. Boss, these two girls are not bad. How about we bring them back and make them your wives? At this moment, a guy with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks said with a smile, "Good things can't be enjoyed alone. Bring these two girls back and share them with us four brothers." The bandit leader revealed an evil smile. He seemed to have begun to fantasize about the sweetness between the two girls. "Shut up. We are from the Huyen family. You better get out of here. Otherwise, our Huyen family will not forgive you." Huyen Hong couldn't listen anymore and sternly shouted, "Idiot!" Ling Xiao helplessly sighed. This group of bandits dared to operate in this area. Not to mention the Huyen family, they probably weren't even afraid of the Tuoba family. She actually dared to threaten him like this. Alas, she really is a foolish woman who hasn't seen the world. TSK, what great prestige. Huyen family? We like to play with women from big families like you. Brothers, let's go." The bandit leader sneered and waved his hand. The 200 bandits behind him rushed towards the carriage. There are many bandits on Cold Frost Mountain. Today, the heavens should open their eyes. Frost Cold Mountain bandits, this young master has been looking for you for a long time. Who would have thought that you would take the initiative to come knocking on my door? Suddenly, a clear voice came from afar. A moment later, a young man in white appeared in front of everyone. Of the 200 bandits who had rushed towards the carriage, 7 or 8 of them were instantly killed by this white-clothed young master. The young man in white held a folding fan in his hand. His feet didn't touch the ground as he floated in the air. His long black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked very handsome. He gave off the feeling of a Jianghu hero. Young Master Jade Fan. Tuoba Yu. When the bandits saw this young man, their expressions turned ugly. Young Master Jade Fan. Tuoba Yu was one of the top figures among the younger generation of the Tuoba family. It was second only to the peerless Dragon Seal, Tuoba Yun Fan. The moment they saw this young man, Huyen Hong and Huyen Lan's eyes seemed to be glued to him. The eyes of the two girls were filled with adoration. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. This was the reality. No matter what kind of girl she was, she would still like this kind of elegant and powerful young master. Huyen Lan even pulled her hand out of Ling Xiao's grasp, as if she was afraid that Tuoba Yu would see it. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Since someone had appeared, he didn't need to reveal his strength. As for the attitude of the two girls towards him, he didn't care. He raised his head and looked at the bandits. He had heard of the Frost Cold Mountain bandits. This group of people robbed houses and abducted women. It could be said that they didn't shrink from any evil. The key point was that they were extremely savage. If this Tuoba Yu hadn't appeared, Huyen Hong and Huyen Lan would have been in trouble today. As he was thinking, Tuoba Yu suddenly turned his head and looked at Ling Xiao. "Are you a man?" Hiding behind a woman. "You're really embarrassing us male martial artists. Even if your strength isn't good, you should learn to be more courageous." This kind of condescending tone made Ling Xiao very uncomfortable. He said faintly, "I'm not your family's servant. Don't talk to me like that." Vulgar. Really vulgar. If you were my Tuoba family's servant, believe it or not, I would have smashed your mouth for what you just said. Tuoba Yu frowned and said coldly, in this region, no one had ever dared to contradict him. Tuoba Yu. Therefore, he was very angry. Ling Xiao originally had a good impression of this Tuoba Yu, After all, he was a young hero of the pugilistic world who acted bravely for a just cause. Although he was a little overbearing, but he could still tolerate it. But the problem was, you were a hero saving a damsel in distress. It was fine that you acted bravely for a just cause, but why did you have to step on me for no reason? Did you want to step on me to show off? Then you're wrong. I'm not going to give you face. Tuobayu, although your reputation is great, we, the four frost and cold monsters, are not weak either. If you want to live, hurry up and scram. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. The frost cold mountain bandit boss looked coldly at Tuobayu and shouted. Tuobayu originally wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but he was attracted by these words and looked back at the four frost and cold monsters. You four are trash. The strongest one is only at the early stage of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm, 10th level of hell. The remaining three are only at the first revolution Yin-Yang realm, 9th level of hell. You want me to scram? Who gave you the guts? Tuobayu sneered and said, "Humph, perhaps you're just famous. Brother, don't be afraid. He's just one person. Kill him." The frost-cold mountain bandit boss shouted. Over 200 bandits, all charged at Tuobayu. Instead, they ignored Ling Xiao and the others. "Little brother, hurry up and help him. There are too many enemies." Hu Yanlan anxiously looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Didn't you say you were very strong?" "Don't worry. He's also very strong. He alone is enough to deal with those bandits." Ling Xiao said indifferently. Tuobayu's cultivation was much stronger than those bandits. He was at the peak of the first revolution Yin-Yang realm, 10th level of hell. He was comparable to the Red Witch. With this level of cultivation, those bandits were nothing in his eyes. "Humph, Lon, you don't have to beg that guy. He's just trash. I'll go help." Hu Yanhong snorted and was about to go help Tuobayu. However, at this moment, a silver light suddenly flashed in the sky. A silver jade plate appeared behind Tuobayu. The light from the jade plate shot into the sky. Immediately, the entire sky was dyed silver. Countless tiny sword lights descended like a torrential downpour onto the bodies of the bandits. In an instant, the entire valley turned into a slaughterhouse. In just one move, Tuobayu slaughtered all the bandits of Frost-Cold Mountain. However, he was still unstained with blood and looked as cool as ever. Hu Yanhong and Hu Yanlan's eyes widened as they looked at this scene in shock. Tuobayu's image as a graceful young master became even more firm in their hearts. This sword was too beautiful. It was like a sword immortal had descended. Chapter 2768. Big Brother Yu is so strong. Hu Yanlan's eyes were filled with hearts. Yeah, too strong. His sword technique is probably unmatched in the entire state of Chun. Compared to a certain trash, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. Hu Yanhong looked at Tuobayu and then looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. How could there be such a big difference between people? You two ladies must be Hu Yan clan's Alan and Ahong. After not seeing you for so many years, you've already become so charming. Tuobayu put away his sword and walked over as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect Big Brother Yu to still remember us. Hu Yanhong's pretty face was flushed red. She could feel her little heart thumping. Of course I remember. This trip to the Tuoba clan shouldn't be dangerous. I still have some things to do and need to go first. However, I have to warn you two sisters. Don't be confused by some good-for-nothing trash. Some people look harmless, but they're full of thieves and prostitutes. When Tuobayu spoke, his eyes were staring at Ling Xiao. This person was really vengeful. Ling Xiao had only rebutted him with one sentence, and he was actually labeled as a scum of a thief and a prostitute. Big Brother Yu, don't misunderstand. We don't have any relationship with him. We just accidentally saved his life. His name is Tuoba Ling, and he said he's from the Tuoba clan. Hu Yin Hong hurriedly explained. Tuoba Ling? Never seen him before. Tuoba, you sneered. Although I don't know why you're using my Tuoba clan's surname, you better remember that if you offend my Tuoba clan, those bandits will be your example. That's funny. Could it be that only your Tuoba clan's surname is Tuoba, and others have to change their surname? Even the old emperor wouldn't dare to do that. Ling Xiao mocked, sharp-tongued. Humph, I hope it's just a coincidence. Tuoba Yu coldly snorted and cupped his fists towards Hu Yin Hong and Hu Yin Lan, then turned around and flew away. He came without a trace and left without a trace. He was truly carefree. Seeing this, the two girls' hearts were beating wildly. Tuoba Yu had just left when Hu Yin Hong looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "You're simply shameless. Not only did you not thank him for saving your life, you even dared to talk back to him. Compared to Big Brother Yu, you're like a toad in a smelly ditch. It's disgusting." Ling Xiao looked indifferently at Hu Yin Hong and said, "You're wrong. He might have saved you, but he didn't save me. He didn't save Alan and the two guards either. Because as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to them. You're the only one I can't be bothered with." Ha ha ha, what a joke. When we were fighting earlier, you were so scared that you cowered to the side. Now that all the bandits have been killed, you're starting to become arrogant. People like you are simply shameless to the extreme. Hu Yin Hong laughed heartily. Hu Yin Lan also felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, even she felt that Ling Xiao was only good at talking and didn't have any real ability. Shameless? If you run into danger later, don't come and beg me. Ling Xiao mocked. Beg you? Even if I, Hu Yin Hong, die, I will never beg you. Hu Yin Hong shouted, her voice resounding throughout the entire valley. If that's the case, I advise you not to speak too early. That Tuoba Yu is an idiot. Does he really think that he can kill anyone with a single sword strike? The four Frost and Lung freaks have been cultivating a special secret technique since they were young. It's called the Frost technique. It can instantly increase one's defense by dozens of times, and it can also make one enter a state of suspended animation. What a pity that idiot didn't even think of this and thought that he killed the four Frost and Lung freaks. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the four seemingly frozen corpses on the ground and said flatly, "You're talking nonsense." Hu Yin Hong said loudly, "In order to slander Big Brother Yu, you even dare to lie like this. You're really—" She didn't finish her words because her neck was already being choked. Behind her stood four figures, and these four people were the four Frost and Lung freaks. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that even though you're trash, you have good eyesight. You actually know about the Frost technique. But so what if you know? Today, other than these two girls, you all still have to die. That Tuoba Yu is indeed an idiot. I will definitely avenge him in the future. But today, I'll play with these two girls first. The loud laughter came from the head of the four Frost and Lung freaks. He's an idiot, but the four of you are also idiots. If you want to play dead, you should wait for us to leave before standing up. If you stand up now, you're just seeking death. Ling Xiao's voice suddenly became cold, revealing a gloomy, murderous aura. With just you? The head said disdainfully. That's right, with just me, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Boss, don't waste words with him. Old 3, go and grab the other girl. Old 4, and I will kill the others. The second head spoke. Okay. The team leader nodded. 3 figures suddenly rushed out. One rushed towards Hu Yin Lan. The other 2 rushed towards the 2 guards and Ling Xiao. This scene gave Hu Yin Lan a fright. The 2 guards were also frightened to the point that their expressions changed drastically. These 4 Frost and Lung freaks were definitely not something they could deal with. Fight. The 2 guards planned to fight to the death. Even if they had to give up their lives, they would protect their two masters. However, in the next moment, a scene that shocked them happened. The second, third, and fourth of the Four Frost and Lung Freaks suddenly stopped. There was a dark red mark on each of their throats. Blood dripped down. The three of them died on the spot. The sword in Ling Xiao's hand flashed and disappeared. Although they did not see how Ling Xiao made his move, the two guards and Hu Yanlan understood that Ling Xiao had saved them. How did you? The head of the Four Frost and Lung Freaks trembled in fear. How did I become so powerful? Ling Xiao said sarcastically, You really think that if Tuoba, you didn't make his move, you would be able to kill us? What a joke. If it was me, none of the four of you would be alive. He is stupid, but you are even more stupid. Damn it, I have misjudged you. However, this girl is in my hands. You better not act rashly. Otherwise, I will kill her. The team leader's face was ugly. He knew that he was not Ling Xiao's opponent. He did not want any woman. He only wanted to live an ignoble life. Up to you. Anyway, she doesn't seem to care about my strength. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Little brother, I beg you, please save my sister. Hu Yanlan cried and shouted. It's useless for you to beg me. Let her beg me. Ling Xiao looked at Hu Yanhong indifferently and said, It's just that she seemed to have said that even if she died, she would not beg me. This is really awkward. I beg you, please save me. Hu Yanhong was not as strong as she imagined. She was just spoiled since she was young. Now that she was facing the threat of death, how could she dare to be stubborn? Now, I'm not a trash. Chapter 27:69. Hearing Hu Yanhong's cry for help, Ling Xiao sneered. Now, I'm not a waste. No, I'm the waste. I was blind. Hu Yanhong shook her head. Slap yourself twice, and I'll save you. Ling Xiao really didn't want to save this kind of woman. However, objectively speaking, this woman was his benefactor. He could not save her. Therefore, he might as well give her a small punishment. Pa! Without even thinking, Hu Yanhong slapped herself twice. Although her neck was choked, she could still move her hands freely. Brat, if you want her to live, you'd better let me go. The big head roared. Ling Xiao didn't respond to him at all. He just lightly flung his hand. The team leader instantly felt a sharp pain in his throat, and blood dripped down his throat. Hu Yanhong stood there trembling, waiting for the judgment of fate. When she found that the big head behind her had loosened his grip, she actually fell to the ground. No one saw what Ling Xiao did. Hu Yanlan and the two guards only saw a strange second shadow appear behind the big head. That was all. At this moment, whether it was Hu Yanlan, Hu Yanhong, or the two guards, they all suddenly understood that Ling Xiao's words were not false. Killing the Four Frost and Lung Freaks in 3 moves. This kind of strength was not something they could imagine. This also proved that even if Tuoba, you didn't make a move, Ling Xiao could still guarantee their safety. Let's continue. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes, the two guards had already worshipped Ling Xiao as a god. When Ling Xiao ordered them to set off, they immediately jumped on the carriage and prepared to set off. This time, Ling Xiao didn't sit on the handcart with the two girls. Instead, he walked towards the mounts left behind by the Four Frost and Lung Freaks. They were 4 fierce beasts, ice and snow lions. Ling Xiao chose the strongest one and directly rode on it. Demonic beasts also understood human nature. Seeing Ling Xiao easily kill their master, how could they still dare to resist? You guys stay at the back. I'll lead the way in case we run into the same trouble again. Ling Xiao called out and rode on the ice snow lion, sprinting forward. The carriage also began to move forward, but in terms of speed, it was naturally slower than the snow lion. Sis, little brother seems to be angry. You really shouldn't talk about him like that. Hu Yanlan looked at Ling Xiao's back and sighed. He had always been looking for a hero, but he never expected that the hero would be right in front of him. Although she didn't say anything overboard, she still looked down on Ling Xiao. Now, she really regretted it. But he still can't compare to Big Brother Yu. Moreover, this person's thoughts are a little too deep. He clearly has such strength, but he didn't make a move just now. If it wasn't for Brother Yu's appearance, he might not have protected us. What's more, Lon, didn't you notice? He knew that the 4 freaks of frost and Lung weren't dead, but he didn't tell Brother Yu about it. He definitely had ulterior motives. No matter how strong this kind of person was, it was best not to get too close to him. He's not like Brother Yu. He's magnanimous and straightforward. Anyway, I feel that although he saved me, he's too narrow-minded. He actually insisted that I ask for help. How can someone bully a girl like that? Brother, you definitely wouldn't do that. He's a true hero. A true hero. Although Hu Yanhong didn't dare to say that Ling Xiao was trash in her heart, Ling Xiao saved her with ulterior motives. Tuobayu's stupidity became magnanimous. This woman, once she was prejudiced against someone, she would really find all kinds of reasons to do so. It can't be that bad. Hu Yanlan blinked and said, Sis, I think you're a little biased. Not to mention other things. Little brother's strength should be stronger than Brother Yu. Brother, you didn't kill the 4 freaks of frost and Lung, but he did. Nonsense. Didn't you see? Brother Yu's brilliant swordsmanship is as fascinating as a sword immortal. As for that guy, he only knows how to sneak attack. In terms of strength, he's definitely not as good as Brother Yu. The reason why Brother Yu didn't kill the 4 freaks of frost and Lung was because he was careless. Who could be as cunning as that guy? Only a cunning and despicable guy could see through the despicable tricks of the 4 freaks. Brother Yu is too upright. It's normal that he didn't see through it. Hu Yanhong defended herself. Even though she knew that her words were somewhat quibbling, she still said it. However, she still had to say this because she could not accept the fact that Ling Xiao might be stronger than Tuobayu. Hu Yanlan's eyes suddenly flashed. She disagreed with her sister's words. Her mind was still relatively clear. Although she had been infatuated with Tuobayu's magnificent appearance before, she still had a clear mind. But thinking about it carefully, was a magnificent scene necessarily powerful? On the other side, Ling Xiao didn't know about the 2 girls' discussion. He wasn't interested in caring about what they were talking about. He was more concerned about the Red Witch. Less than a mile ahead was Cold Frost Town. In Cold Frost Town, there was a huge mansion. It was the mansion of the Tuoba family. It covered an area of more than 2,000 acres and was built very luxuriously. It felt more imposing than the official residences of some nobles. The Tuoba family wasn't just the biggest family in Cold Frost Town. They were also the actual ruler of this place. Their patriarch was the guardian of this place. On the surface, they were loyal to the Qin Kingdom's royal family. However, they secretly colluded with Phoenix in the cloud. In this town, the strongest martial artist was in the Tuoba family. Only their family had a martial artist at the Yinyang realm's 11th level of hell. This level of cultivation was considered an expert even in Thunder City and Demonic Dragon City. In such a remote town, they were naturally the overlords of this place. When they passed through the city gate, Hu Yanhong took out the wedding invitation. After the gate guards received a tip, they let them pass. Not only was Cold Frost Town larger than Yuhua Town, but it was also more prosperous. It felt better than the 8 Immortals County City. However, they weren't here to play, so they went straight to the Tuoba family's mansion. Outside the wide and majestic gate, there was an endless stream of people coming to congratulate them. The gifts that Huyen Hong and Huyen Lan brought were not light. However, compared to the others, it was nothing. In addition, they were just two girls. After entering the mansion, they were basically ignored. Even the carriage was not taken away by anyone. Helpless, they could only ask others to take the carriage to the stable. Ling Xiao put the ice lion in the beast ring to avoid trouble. Even in the Tuoba family, this kind of demonic beast should be a very rare thing. They had to be careful. You too, tie the horse over there. It's empty. Huyen Hong saw an empty horse trough and called out to the two guards. As for the handcart, they could just put it aside. No one would steal it. Wait a minute. Where did this ignorant country bumpkin come from? Is this a stable where you can use as you wish? These are all prepared for our distinguished guests. Chapter 2770. After being reprimanded by the stable manager, Huyen Lan hurriedly stood up and said, "We are also guests of the Tuoba family. Guests are also divided into different classes. Look at your poor appearance. Can you compare to those distinguished guests? There is no place for you to tie your horses here. Take them away." The stable manager waved his hand impatiently. "But there must be a place to tie the horses, right?" Huyen Hong frowned. "There is. Tie them outside." The stable manager said again. "You are too much of a bully." Huyen Hong was furious. This was the first time they stood up for their grandfather. Naturally, they could not stand this kind of vexation. "So what if we are bullying you? Since when does our Tuoba family need to give face to your puny Huyen family?" The stable manager said disdainfully. "If your grandfather had not been a pharmacist in our Tuoba family, the family head would not have invited you." Huyen Hong had always been arrogant. She looked down on the poor appearance of others and looked down on servants. But now she was being treated as a lowly person. She was so angry that she almost could not breathe. Slap! At this moment, a white figure appeared. A palm print appeared on the stable manager's face. "Dog slave, is this how you treat guests? Brother you—" Huyen Hong saw that the person who came was Tuoba Yu. She was so emotional that she almost cried. "Okay, Hong, don't cry. It's all my fault. I should have come with you." Tuoba Yu stepped forward and very naturally hugged Huyen Hong in his arms, wiping her tears. "Your movements are so skillful. Looks like you are a veteran at picking up girls." Ling Xiao frowned and immediately shook his head. He had already saved Huyen Hong once. If Huyen Hong was cheated again, he would not care. "Brother Yu, he won't let us tie the horses." Huyen Hong's face was a little shy. She did not feel that there was anything wrong with being hugged by Tuoba Yu. It seemed that she was really bewitched by this Tuoba Yu. This subordinate knows his mistake. This subordinate did not know that these people were young Master Yu's friends. The stable manager covered his face and hurriedly said, "Since you know your mistake, why don't you take good care of the two ladies' horses?" "You need me to remind you?" Tuoba Yu said coldly. Yes. I'll do it right away." The stable keeper hastily tied up the untied horse again. Ling Xiao was amused. This was too much of a coincidence. Tuoba Yu's appearance in the stable at this time really made people suspect that there was something fishy going on. "I hope I'm just worrying too much." Ling Xiao secretly shook his head. Anyway, this kind of thing had little to do with him. "You've just arrived and haven't eaten yet, right? Why don't you rest in my courtyard? The wedding will start tomorrow anyway." Tuoba Yu looked at Huyen Hong and Huyen Lan. Ling Xiao was gloriously ignored. "That's great. I haven't eaten anything along the way. Brother Yu, can I take a bath at your place? I also want to take a hot bath." Huyen Hong was rather vigilant towards Ling Xiao, but towards this Tuoba Yu, she didn't have any vigilance at all. This woman really made people speechless. Should I say that she has brains? Or was he brainless? Sister, this isn't good, Huyen Lan hastily said. Grandfather said that girls shouldn't easily go to a man's place. Alan, brother Yu is one of us. Don't tell me you're worried that he will do something improper? Although Huyen Hong said this, she actually had some expectations in her heart. She was anticipating that Tuoba Yu would do something to her. This way, she could become the daughter-in-law of the Tuoba family. Leaving the lowly Huyen clan was her most urgent wish right now. Huyen Hong, there are some things that I'm too lazy to say. However, you've done me a favor. I really don't want to see you become a sheep in the mouth of a wolf. Suddenly, Ling Zhao's voice rang out. This Tuoba Yu, I've already investigated him. He's a typical playboy. Who knows how many girls have been deceived by him? I know that you want to become the daughter-in-law of the Tuoba family, but I'm afraid that your purity will be sullied, and you won't be able to obtain anything in the end. That's just a rumor that the outside world is jealous of this young master's martial arts and appearance. Tuoba Yu indifferently said, if you weren't brought here by Ahong and Alan, I would kill you right now. Forget it. Since the two ladies would rather believe a piece of trash of unknown origin than believe me, then please do as you wish. After speaking, he actually turned around and was about to leave. This kind of strategy of loosening the reins only to grasp them better might be useless against Ling Xiao. However, it was effective against that idiotic woman. Huyen Hong. Brother Yu, I won't listen to his nonsense. Right now, I'm exhausted and don't want to continue running around. Huyen Hong shouted to stop Tuoba Yu. Tuoba Yu stopped in his tracks. A sinister smile flashed by the corner of his mouth. He immediately turned his head and said, Ahong, I'm very happy that you can trust me. Alan, don't you want to come along? It could be seen that this guy not only wanted Huyen Hong, but also Huyen Lan. He had actually wanted to obtain the Huyen family's sisters a long time ago. I want to stroll around town with little brother. Huyen Lan shook her head and said, she didn't know why, but she felt that Ling Xiao was more reliable than Tuoba Yu. Perhaps this was the effect of a woman's powerful intuition. Alan, think carefully. This guy's identity is unknown. Don't be fooled by him. Huyen Hong reminded her, and then followed Tuoba Yu to leave. Ling Xiao sighed. He had already done his best. If this woman wanted to jump into the fire pit, he couldn't do anything about it. The two of you follow them and protect Sister well. If that Tuoba Yu really does anything bad to Sister, immediately inform me and little brother. Huyen Lan looked at the two guards. Although she was very naive, she wasn't stupid. On this matter, she displayed a rare calmness and wisdom. Yes, the two guards turned around and left. Alan, you shouldn't trust me too much. Perhaps your sister and Tuoba Yu are right. I'm just a stranger with an unknown identity. Ling Xiao looked at Alan and said, I believe in my intuition. Moreover, if you really wanted to do something bad to us when Tuoba Yu left in the valley, you could have done what you wanted to do. After that, you just need to push the blame to the Frosty Four Freaks. No one will know the truth. Huyen Lan analyzed. You're smart. Unfortunately, such a simple fact. Your sister is stubborn and won't listen. Ling Xiao sighed and said, Let's go. Let's stroll around the streets. And, little brother. Huyen Lan stepped forward and grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. In Tuoba Yu's courtyard, Huyen Hong was bathing. The two guards were guarding outside. At this moment, Tuoba Yu wasn't here. He was with the stable manager. This is the reward for that slap. Chapter 2771. Doing things for young Master Yu is what this subordinate should do. The stable manager smiled and said, It's a pity that Huyen Lan left with that stranger. It doesn't matter. I've already sent people out. Since the soft approach doesn't work, I'll use the hard approach to get rid of that trouble and capture Hu Yanlan alive. In this way, this young master can fulfill the good thing that I've been looking forward to these days." Tuobayu sneered and said, "Since the last time I saw this pair of sisters, this young master can't forget them." Cold Frost Town. The prosperity of the streets was not inferior to the Eight Immortals' city. There was a restaurant in the town that was very eye-catching. It was about 3 stories high, and the whole building was made of precious mahogany. It should be said that today, apart from the Tuoba mansion, this was probably the most lively place in the town. Ling Xiao brought Hu Yanlan into the restaurant and sat by the window on the 3rd floor. They looked at the scenery of the entire Cold Frost Town while eating and chatting. Hu Yanlan might not have felt anything. However, Ling Xiao felt a murderous aura coming from the black-clothed man. This murderous aura was very faint. The black-clothed man had tried his best to suppress it, but in the end, he could not escape from Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye. However, Ling Xiao did not act rashly. He planned to observe the situation. At this time, the black-clothed man was wearing an eye patch. It was unknown if it was because he was blind in one eye. His long blood-red hair did not seem to be natural. It was because he killed too much, causing his internal strength to mutate. There were many scars on his face, almost making him unrecognizable. Therefore, it made him somewhat ferocious. Many people did not dare to look at him carefully. However, Ling Xiao found that this guy's hands were a pair of murderous hands. There was also a pair of eyes that revealed a cruel light. Although he tried his best to hide, he still could not completely avoid Ling Xiao's eyes. After drinking a pot of wine, the black-clothed man suddenly asked coldly, "Brat, you've been staring at me for a long time. What do you want?" Ling Xiao thought that he was discovered and was about to stand up. However, he saw a person sitting less than 2 or 3 meters away from his table. A young man. The young man carried 2 swords on his back. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He exuded a sense of heroism and arrogance. He slowly stood up and said coldly, "You are the cold-blooded killer of the Dark God Palace's branch in the state of Chun, One-Eyed Blood Wolf." The black-clothed man's single eye flashed. He licked his lips and sneered, "That's me. I was right. Since that's the case, prepare to die. One-Eyed Blood Wolf, you killed my father 10 years ago and almost killed me as well. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to fall into a deep valley and accidentally learned a unique skill. Today, are you going to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it? Choose for yourself." The young man placed his hands behind his back, looking very confident. Hearing this, the one-eyed blood wolf was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed and said, "Ha ha, I, One-Eyed Blood Wolf, have killed many people. I don't know a nobody like you. You are merely at the early stage of the 10th level of hell in the first revolution of the Yin-Yang realm. How dare you look down on me? I don't care who you are. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving here alive." One-Eyed Blood Wolf was an assassin of the Dark God Palace's branch in the Chun Nation. Naturally, he was hunted down by many enemies. However, he was still alive, and well a few decades ago, because he was cunning and cruel enough. He was also despicable and shameless enough. He liked to meet this kind of stupid boy who had no experience in the Jianghu to seek revenge. He just needed to play some tricks, and the boy would definitely die. "So, you don't want to commit suicide? Well, I'll have to do it myself." The young man pulled out the dual swords from his back and looked at One-Eyed Blood Wolf coldly. "By the way, I have a nickname called Dual Swords Young Master." Dual Swords Young Master. He is the Dual Swords Young Master who has been famous in the Jianghu recently. It is said that his strength is comparable to young Master Jade Fan. He is especially famous in this generation. It's him. One-Eyed Blood Wolf has no hope of defeating him. That's for sure. One-Eyed Blood Wolf is definitely not his match. In the restaurant, there seemed to be many people who had heard of the dual swords' young master. Young Master Jade fan, why are you here? Damn it! At this moment, One-Eyed Blood Wolf suddenly looked down the restaurant and shouted in surprise. Many people were attracted by his action and looked down the restaurant, including the dual swords' young master. However, at this moment, One-Eyed Blood Wolf suddenly attacked. He unsheathed his scimitar and hacked at the dual swords' young master at an extremely fast speed. Oh no! The dual swords' young master felt that something was wrong and hurriedly turned around to block. However, because he was too hasty, he was hit by the scimitar and rolled on the ground. Even his shoulder was cut. One-Eyed Blood Wolf failed to kill the dual swords' young master with one strike, so he did not continue the fight. Instead, he retreated and looked at the dual swords' young master coldly. You're so despicable. The dual swords' young master got up from the ground and became angry out of shame. I'm despicable. I'm afraid you're too stupid. Your cultivation is indeed higher than mine, but so what? In terms of actual combat experience, even 10 of you are no match for me. One-Eyed Blood Wolf sneered disdainfully. Damn it, I'll kill you. The dual swords' young master roared. The sword radiance on his two long swords suddenly increased by several meters, and the terrifying sword chi made people feel cold all over. In Ling Xiao's opinion, if the dual swords' young master fought with One-Eyed Blood Wolf directly, he would definitely win. Unfortunately, actual combat was never that simple. The dual swords' young master was probably going to die here today. When the terrifying sword chi was less than a foot away from One-Eyed Blood Wolf, it suddenly collapsed. The dual swords' young master spat out black blood, and his face instantly became stiff. There's poison on your scimitar. He looked at One-Eyed Blood Wolf unwillingly, unable to accept this situation. Who told you that there's no poison on my scimitar? One-Eyed Blood Wolf sneered disdainfully. With a flash of his scimitar, he cut off the dual swords' young master's head. Ha ha ha, what a bullshit young genius. It's ridiculous. He laughed crazily and then kicked the dual swords' young master's corpse away. The direction in which the corpse was flying was precisely in the direction of Ling Xiao. It seemed to be unintentional, but it made Ling Xiao vigilant. He was not interested in this fight, but if one of them wanted to make trouble for him, he would not be polite. The corpse blocked Ling Xiao's sight. One-Eyed Blood Wolf suddenly jumped up, faster than when he had cut the dual swords' young master. His scimitar stabbed toward Ling Xiao across the corpse. Puff! The scimitar pierced through the dual swords' young master's corpse, and One-Eyed Blood Wolf smiled. He had accepted the task to kill this young man. The dual swords' young master was just an accident. This young man should be easier to deal with than the dual swords' young master. It was so easy to kill him. Chapter 2772. Are you happy? Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. One-Eyed Blood Wolf's body trembled. His body flew forward for more than 10 meters, knocking over several tables before stopping. He turned around and looked at the position more than 10 meters away. The young man who was supposed to be pierced by him was standing there, holding the girl's hand. How did you do it? One-Eyed Blood Wolf's face was gloomy. For the first time, his trick didn't work. Instead, he was scared by the other party. Who asked you to kill me? Ling Xiao stood there indifferently. He wore a green robe and had long hair. He looked like a young hero, especially his cold battle intent, which made One-Eyed Blood Wolf very afraid. However, One-Eyed Blood Wolf didn't turn around and run away, because he found that the other party was just a trash who hadn't even reached the Yin-Yang realm. Could it be that the powerful one was that girl? He looked at Huyen Lan. Her cultivation was at the late stage of the Yinyang realm's 9th level of hell. Although she couldn't be compared to him, if she practiced a special movement technique, she could also do what he did just now. It can't be wrong. This brat is just a fox pretending to be a tiger. I was almost scared by him. Thinking of this, One-Eyed Bloodwolf's face became even more gloomy. He almost turned around and ran away. How stupid. Anyway, young Master Jade Fan only said that I wanted this brat's life. He didn't say that I must save that girl's life. I might as well kill them all. Thinking of this, he suddenly sneered. Why should the dead know so much? Earth demon secret art. Earth-splitting body. As he spoke, he gently stomped his foot. In an instant, the place where Ling Xiao was standing suddenly caved in. Then, a terrifying explosion sounded from the caved-in area. For a moment, the broken floor splashed everywhere. Some of the warriors who were too close were pierced by the broken pieces. Although they didn't die, they screamed in pain and ran away. The broken pieces formed a powdery fog. People couldn't see Ling Xiao and Huyen Lan's situation. By the time the fog dissipated, the area where Ling Xiao had been standing had been completely destroyed. Ling Xiao and the woman were nowhere to be seen on the 2nd floor. One-Eyed Bloodwolf sneered and said, Brat, I have never failed to kill anyone I want to kill. If you want to blame someone, don't blame me. Blame Tuobayu. He was the one who asked me to kill you. It's just a pity that the beautiful girl was buried with you. He thought that Ling Xiao and Huyen Lan were dead, so he spoke without thinking. The cultivators and patrons who had retreated looked at this scene in horror. The young man who had been in high spirits just a moment ago had actually disappeared without a trace. It seemed that the young man had underestimated his opponent, just like the dual-sword young master. They were both killed by this cunning old fox. So, it was Tuoba, you who sent you to kill me. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind One-Eyed Bloodwolf. A pitch-black, magical dragon shadow appeared. Gradually, it turned into 2 people. Puchi, a stream of blood spurted out from the One-Eyed Bloodwolf's neck and sprayed several meters away. The blood splashed onto the ground and the table, and the color was extremely bright. You didn't die? One-Eyed Bloodwolf didn't understand. His attack was so sudden. How did the opponent dodge it? Could it be that the woman did it? No, impossible. Could it be that this brat had some martial art that could hide his cultivation? Every time he spoke a word, he would spit out blood. Finally, the blood in his neck had blocked his windpipe and throat. He couldn't speak anymore. Ling Xiao put away the white jade flying dragon sword and looked at One-Eyed Bloodwolf indifferently. If you had told me who killed you, I could have spared your life. What a pity. You brought this upon yourself. Bam! One-Eyed Bloodwolf's eyes flashed with intense regret and self-mockery. His whole body fell heavily on the floor. His blood had already dyed the wooden floor red. Ling Xiao didn't cover Huyen Lan's eyes. Naive people couldn't survive in this world. If Huyen Lan was afraid of death, then it would be best for her to hide in the Huyen clan forever. He looked at the dead, One-Eyed Bloodwolf indifferently. He had to admit that this guy was really cunning. If their cultivations were the same, Ling Xiao might have been the one to die today. In the future, he had to be careful when he met these assassins. These people would do anything to kill. The dual-sword young master's death was an example. The customers standing there looked at the scene in surprise. They couldn't believe it. The only thing they saw was a sword light. Then, One-Eyed Bloodwolf died. That sword light was so fast that people didn't even have time to blink. Moreover, his frightening body movements had caused the One-Eyed Bloodwolf to miss him twice. Where did this brat come from? Could he be more powerful? than the dual-sword young master. He shouldn't be more powerful than the dual-sword young master, let alone the jade fan young master. The dual-sword young master was killed because he was too careless and too upright. That's true, but this brat will be famous in Cold Frost Town in the future. Hearing these discussions, Ling Xiao felt that it was ridiculous. In the entire Qin country, he was ranked first on the extreme evil list. A small Cold Frost Town was just a small temple to him. Dual Sword Young Master, Jade Fan Young Master, they were all ants in his eyes. However, he didn't care about the discussions. Instead, he bent down and looked for One-Eyed Blood Wolf's storage ring. An assassin of this level should be very rich, because they didn't have a fixed residence. They often had to hide their tracks. Therefore, it was very likely that they carried all the spiritual stones with them. Using his soul power, he looked into the storage ring and saw the entire space inside. There were indeed a lot of spiritual stones inside. He calculated carefully. There were at least 100,000 mid-grade spiritual stones and even more low-grade spiritual stones. There were at least 5 million. Although he used to have that many spiritual stones, he had spent most of them. In order to set up the 10 extremes array, he used up a lot of low-grade spiritual stones. In order to recover his cultivation, he also used up a lot of mid-grade spiritual stones. Now that he had so many, he was really lucky. This One-Eyed Blood Wolf had been ordered by Tuobayu to kill him, but instead it had given him a large amount of wealth. Of course, other than the spiritual stones, there were also a few martial arts manuals in a box. To be honest, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the martial arts manuals of a warrior like the One-Eyed Blood Wolf. However, it didn't stop him from taking a look. He picked up a book and looked at it. It was a martial arts manual called The 13 Swords of Blue Blood. The 13 Swords of Blue Blood was an immortal grade First Sky martial arts technique. For the people of Cold Frost Town, it was the best martial arts technique. Once mastered, the sword art would be sharp and fierce. Each move would take a life. It was very ruthless. This sword art didn't belong to any sect. It was a common martial arts technique. Chapter 2773. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, then put the 13 Swords of Blue Blood into Huyen Lan's storage ring. I don't like this thing. Since I've already copied it, I'll give it to you. You saved me out of kindness, but I can't repay you. Learn this sword art well. In the future, you'll be invincible within a radius of a few hundred miles. The Tuoba family will no longer be able to suppress you. His personality is very simple. He will repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. This was also the reason why he had ultimately saved Huyen Hong's life despite what she had said to him. Huyen Lan was very good to him, so he will do his best to repay her. Immediately, he picked up the second martial art book. It was the Earth Demon secret technique that One-Eyed Blood Wolf used before. The Earth Demon secret technique is an immortal grade 2nd heavenly layer secret technique. Although it's not as good as the Dragon Cult's 4 supreme martial arts, it's good that it's hidden. The Earth Demon secret technique is divided into 3 moves. The first move is Earth Dismemberment. Under the control of the soul power, the internal force will travel through the ground to the opponent's feet. Then, the ground will collapse and explode. The second move is Earth Explosion. Compared to the first move, this move doesn't require internal force. It only requires the soul power to control the earth element under the opponent's feet. The explosion will be more powerful and more sudden. The third move is even more powerful. It's called Time Explosion. Different from the first 2 moves, this move consumes a lot of soul power. Therefore, in a battle, Ling Xiao can only use it 2 or 3 times. However, it's very scary. This move uses the soul power to control the earth element and create an explosion on the enemy's body. At the most crucial moment, the explosion will be triggered, catching the enemy off guard. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, the one-eyed blood wolf only practiced the first move of the Earth Demon's secret technique. Otherwise, even if his cultivation is higher, he would still be injured. This secret technique is simply an assassination technique, especially the third move. Unless the opponent is able to detect it in advance, it's almost impossible to defend. In a sense, this thing is even more terrifying than an immortal grade 3rd, heavenly layer martial skill. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't let go of such a good thing. He took it and planned to train it properly. He would never complain about having too many consummate skills by his side. At the same time, in the Tuoba residence, in Tuoba Yu's room, not good, young master, the one-eyed blood wolf was killed. Hearing this report, Tuoba Yu's white face immediately turned ashen. He did not expect the one-eyed blood wolf to fail. Since that was the case, there was no need to wait any longer. He went out the door and went straight to Hu Yanhong's room. At the door, the two guards were still guarding loyally. Tuoba Yu did not speak. He suddenly raised his hand, and two sword lights attacked. The two pitiful loyal guards fell to the ground and died on the spot. Everyone knew that Tuoba Yu was young Master Jade Fan and liked to use jade fans as weapons. However, he did not know that Tuoba Yu was truly proficient in using the sword. This was also one of the key reasons why his opponents were repeatedly defeated by him. What happened? In the room, Hu Yanhong heard the noise outside the door and hurriedly rushed out. Tuoba Yu's expression did not change as he said without skipping a beat, "These two actually listened to Tuoba Ling's instigation and attempted to kill me." Hu Yanhong was dazed for a moment and immediately looked at Tuoba Yu worriedly. "Brother Yu, are you okay?" "Of course I'm fine. To me, their sneak attack was meaningless. However, I feel sorry for killing your guards. How should I compensate you?" Tuoba Yu gently held Hu Yanhong's hand and said gently. At that moment, two red lights flashed across Tuoba Yu's eyes. Then Hu Yanhong seemed to be bewitched as she blushed and said, "If Big Brother, you can make me your woman, then those two lowly guards can die without a care in the world." How would the Huyen family dare to find trouble with the Tuoba family? "Be my woman. Brother Yu, will definitely take good care of you." Tuoba Yu had a smug smile on his face as he entered the room with Hu Yanhong. A moment later, a strange sound rang out in the room, causing ripples of lust. The corpses outside the room were still lying in a pool of blood. In order to protect their master, even if they died, they only received an evaluation of lowly, pitiful, sad. The next morning, the sun shone over the entire Tuoba residence. Today was the big day of Tuoba residence's eldest young master, Tuoba Yunfan. His wife was the dragon cult's first elder's last disciple, the Red Witch. Therefore, the Tuoba residence was destined to be bustling today. Ling Xiao and Hu Yanlan had already returned to the Tuoba residence. After the sneak attack yesterday, they went into hiding and did not appear again. Hu Yanlan focused on cultivating the 13 swords of blue blood. Ling Xiao began to cultivate the Earth Demon's secret technique. In just one night, he successfully cultivated the first move of the Earth Demon's secret technique, and even found a demonic beast as a sparring partner. He raised the earth-splitting corpse dismemberment to great success. Hu Yanlan's 13 swords of blue blood also improved. Under Ling Xiao's guidance, she reached the first stage of the 13 swords of blue blood in one night. Moreover, her cultivation also increased overnight, reaching the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm's 10th level of hell. Apart from the 13 swords of blue blood, it was also due to Ling Xiao's Yin-Yang pill. Hu Yanlan's cultivation had been stuck at the late stage of the 9th level of hell for 2 to 3 years. She had already accumulated enough energy, but what she lacked was proper guidance and outstanding martial arts to help her. Today, she obtained everything. Therefore, it was only natural for her to increase her cultivation, although it would not be as easy for her to break through in the future. At least for now, her strength was not inferior to Tuoba Yu's. Standing beside Ling Xiao, Huyen Lan felt her uncontrollable heartbeat for the first time, as if it was about to jump out. She knew that she had someone she liked. This person was Tuoba Ling, who was standing beside her. She liked him, madly liked him. However, she also knew that she was only an insignificant passerby on his martial path. The more she understood him, the more she knew how terrifying and powerful he was. Therefore, Huyen Lan did not express her love. She only secretly loved this young man. Being able to stay by his side for a while made her feel incomparable happiness. Unfortunately, this happiness was awakened by the sound of footsteps. The place they were standing was outside the hall where the wedding was about to be held. At this moment, the people walking over were Huyen Hong and Tuoba Yu. Sister is here. I was worried that she was harmed by Tuoba Yu. Now, it seems that she should be fine. Seeing that Huyen Hong was fine, Huyen Lan let out a sigh of relief. She was truly a naive girl. Those 2 guards are gone. Sigh, what a pity. Also, your sister has changed. Ling Xiao keenly noticed that the 2 guards of the Huyen family had disappeared. They had most likely been harmed. As for Huyen Hong, she was still a virgin yesterday. Today, she had lost her virginity.